Session. We have a motion on the floor to come out of closed session. Do we need a roll call?
No, you do not need a roll call to come out of closed.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right. As soon as the public comes back in.
I guess we're good. For some
Yeah.
reason, I thought we did.
Yeah.
I don't think so. We're good. Okay. It is now. Perfect. So we'll just mention that. Gotcha.
All right, so we don't need any additional for this item 7, correct?
Correct.
We are now on to item 8. Other committee action items.
Okay, so we can go through, before you are the committee action items that were approved and recommended. Starting off with public safety, there's the RSAT grant. This is a reoccurring federal grant that we apply for each year. This provides funding to the sheriff's office for residential substance use disorder treatment for incarcerated individuals, and it helps to assist with reintegration to community. The jail would need like or similar training in place regardless if we had the grant, so this helps to defray costs that are part of the sheriff's strategy for providing service to inmates. We're asking for an override of the grant admin. I estimate the reporting requirements on this grant are less than 1% of the value. Also does require a 25% match. This is in line with the historic practice we've done with this grant. And that's how it was moved to this committee.
I make a motion to accept this resolution.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Commissioner Barber.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question is the match comes out of the general fund for administration? My questions are directed at administration. So yes, and we're gonna waive the fee?
Yes,
Yes, what
that's
you're
the
requesting?
recommendation of
So,
administration.
I mean, who's paying the salaries? I mean, because we got what? We got like 5 or 6 grant requests that we're getting ready to approve. And you know, individually, I understand individually, right? The grant, the 15% would, you know, do harm to the grant, right? And the amount of money in which that grant is supposed to do. But in totality, at what point, I mean, that's somebody's salary that we're paying for. That's not doing technically the job that they're supposed to be doing. Or if it is the job they're supposed to be doing, it's supposed to be funded somehow, but it's not because we keep on waiving fees. I mean, I don't really want to agree with Commissioner Toomey. He ain't here, but I mean, he's brought it up several times, you know, like at what point, I mean, why we got administration fee then? If, like, probably out of the last 50 grants that we passed, you know, moved, I mean, 40 of them we, you know, we passed on the administration fee. At some point, somebody's getting paid. Somebody has to get paid to do this work, right? In totality, right? I mean, a $15,000 grant, I totally understand 15% of that would adversely impact that grant. But at some point, I mean, we're not a charity.
I hear you. And all I can say is even in this, with what you're talking about and stuff, we're already heads and shoulders above where we used to be, where we didn't collect admin at all. That policy, when we adopted it, was also not just grants, but also for contractual services, which we have implemented into our building leases, our contracts for police services, and other things that we've been putting out there. The other piece of that, some grants don't. So we recently amended that policy because depending on if it's federal, state, there are different requirements about whether or not we can even do a 15%. So that really, at some point, becomes value judgments for this board to consider, which is, should we just stop going after this money and reduce the workload on staff, hypothetically, right? So if it's something that, in this case, an elected official identifies, this is a benefit for the population, having these trainings, having my people able to respond in ways that help the inmate population, like, I'm gonna request this money, but that's a decision the board has to make. Do you agree that that portion of staff time in my office, which is largely funded by admin revenue that we collect on our variety of sources, does it make sense to allocate a portion of our time to making this grant happen? There might be room in the long run to look at if there are similar ways that we might be able to use opioid fundings to help, but I think those will have to be narrow with how we use them, or very defined with how we use them to support county operations, because the scope of that will be the discussion of the work group, but it should help external communities as well as internal. But this is an example of the type of program I think you could see funding for specifically. I don't know if that answers your question. We're better than we were, and I hear your comments.
I mean,
Yeah.
I haven't seen a grant that I'm totally opposed to yet, right? I mean, I'm not saying we're going out and getting frivolous grants. I mean, every one of these, I mean, it goes to serve, you know, part of or the whole constituency of the county. It's just at some point, when we got a budget proposal for next year that increases 9%, and predominantly of that comes in wages and personnel, right? You know, at some point, that 9%'s got to be covered. And we were broke last year, right? We were broke last year. I mean, we can all agree that, right? But this year, we increased the budget by, you know, a good chunk, and I'm just got some concerns, right?
Yep.
Because, I mean, I'm not going to drag us into a budget talk right this second. That'll be for later.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions? All right, we have a motion and a second for item A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? That is passed. Item B, Public Safety Resolution, excuse me, to authorize application for Crime Victims' Rights Services Grant.
So these were also referred through public safety. Crime victims is one of the 535 statutory and constitutional obligations the prosecutor's office must entail. That grant helps fund, I believe, 2.5 FTEs for something that we're required to do. Again, it's mitigating costs that we would have to incur without it. So we also request waiving this. And we'll also say when admin waives this, this is because we rely on the departments to do the bulk of the reporting as well. So in that case, if we were to fully administer, we'd have to take over programmatic reporting. So this is one of those instances. We work closely with the prosecutor's office, but they do the bulk of the lifting on the grant reporting. Melissa, would you agree with that?
And particularly on this grant, they do not allow an administrative fee anyways, so.
Oh. Well, that answers that. Any questions, comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Do we have a motion yet?
We don't have
Then where is it?
I'll move it.
support.
Very good, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, on to item C, Public Safety, Resolution to authorize application for Stop Violence Grant. If only that would do it 100%.
Yeah, no, and this is another one where this actually goes to help fund the attorney that manages domestic violence cases within the prosecutor's office. Similarly, we're requesting that the administrative fee be waived on the basis of the work performed and the reporting that comes back from the prosecutor's office as they manage this responsibility.
Move it.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? And item E, Public Safety, Sheriff Department Command Vehicle.
There was a item D before, sorry. So Public Safety also moved Waverly School Resource Officer contract extension. No problem, no problem. This was added under miscellaneous, which is why it's in red. It did move, this would be authorizing the Controller's Office, and this would go to the full board for consideration next week, to sign a short-term extension on this SRO contract. Currently, the officer is going to be retiring out on June 30, which is the expiration of the current agreement. An extension would allow us to go through 9/30 to recruit a new officer. Delta and Waverly are having discussions about folding this SRO into the existing contract as part of their ability to add positions. I think that's a good model for us as a whole. If we have other schools that want to contract with the county could act as kind of the guarantor on behalf of other school districts. So I'd like to see this play out and then see if it's something we can scale to other school districts. So the extension would allow the department to begin recruiting for a new school resource officer, hopefully getting the right person for the job before August, I think when school's back in session for the district.
I'll move it.
Or,
Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Commissioner Shaver.
Yeah, thank you. Just for clarification, I think everybody supports school safety. If this position, I guess this is for the controller, if you were not able to contract this position, which I don't think is likely, but just so that we know if it were not to be contracted and we filled that position, what would we do? What would the...
If we did not contract the position, the funding for this was tied up in the contract for services. So it would effectively, I think, eliminate an FTE out of the sheriff's department's budget.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
aye.
Any opposition? All right, now on to item E, Public Safety Sheriff Department Command Vehicle.
What's your pleasure?
Do we need to have any action on this at all?
It's up to you guys. This was referred from public safety. It was a matter of discussion that we had. We had at length about this vehicle, the process it's gone through. I reiterated it last Ways and Means and again at public safety, so I'm not sure, it doesn't behoove me to go through, but in '23, we got the vehicle. It was reauthorized. It's a long time for these to go through. It took us about 2 years to actually receive the vehicle. It was finally installed with our equipment and tech. So it's ready for use and availability for emergency situations, mutual aid with other communities. It's a command and control center, so it can be used for anybody coordinating public safety during an emergency event. It was referred here, I believe the resolution was to evaluate the idea of getting 3 quotes from vendors, brokers, to evaluate the potential sale of the asset and using that money to pay down our unfunded liability. But it is up to the pleasure of this committee to have discussions about what you'd like to do.
I'd like to make a motion to, not sell the vehicle per the guidance of our council.
Okay. Moved and supported. Any further discussion? Commissioner Holmes.
Maybe just for benefit of some people, I think the priority desire for some to help the budget was to take an asset in one department and move it a little bit. Apparently, and obviously, the guidelines and requirements for grant money does not allow that. Hence, it's kind of off the table, so.
Anything else? Commissioner Arndt.
And it's always worth reiterating that it's a good thing. We're all agreed that we ought not and should not sell this vehicle. And it was also a good thing to explore exactly why. And we've done that.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, motion carried. On to item F, Construction Code, BSNA Software Cloud Upgrade Contract.
Also referral from Public Works and Human Services. Brandy's here to help answer questions as well. This is a coordinated effort for all departments and elected offices that do work through BSNA. This would be a upgrade to moving off of having to store our information locally on servers that we have to maintain and warranty, et cetera, and moving it into the cloud. This is partially, we're being dictated to do so by BSNA because they're eliminating, is it the .NET?
Yes.
Yep. If we are able to do this month, we can lock in our price. If not, BSNA will likely continue to raise the price on the people that are on the legacy model that they're trying to eliminate. There's been lots of meetings about how to transition, how to appropriately do it. Do you want to talk a little bit about the local element as well of what you're exploring to see if we can help locals with this too?
At our last meeting and in the meeting, it has been the treasurer's office, IT department, the controller's office, equalization, property descriptions, and construction code. So it's been a huge team effort to come up with the current contract before you. The question at our meeting this last Tuesday with BSNA was, Eaton County already has the data for all of our locals, including Delta, our cities, our villages, and whatnot. But each of those entities are paying separate for the same data we already hold. So I've asked BSNA to explore the possibility of allowing us to contract with those municipalities to utilize our systems. There's a little bit of kickback about why they could or why they couldn't, but they are exploring it. The answer isn't completely no. I've gotten kind of a base, we're looking into it answer back. But just kind of looking at ways to maybe help some of our locals. The cost to go onto the cloud is pretty exorbitant, as you can see from the contract, and that's the same cost that our locals are looking at paying as well. So anything that the county can do to help our locals see a cost savings in the software that is very vital to our day-to-day operations, I think is important.
Commissioner Shaver.
Couple of questions. I'm not sure who to direct them towards, so I'll throw them up and you guys grab them out of the air. The first question is, are there any other options? It seems like this is probably the best option because it's what's being recommended. But as far as from a fiscal standpoint, are there any other less costly options? I understand it was just highlighted that if we waited, the cost likely would go up. But I'm just looking for any other information related to that.
I'll talk a little bit and then you as well. I know one township that can't afford to make the transition that is exploring using like a custom software so essentially a broker that will custom design. They think that will be a more cost-effective venture for them. But in the long run, so many communities use BSNA and they're in the business and good with the business, and it's what is already integrated in our systems. So there's a cost for the transition out of one system into another. Secondly, maintaining and patches and fixes on like a custom element like that does add up over time, especially if your vendor that customizes it charges like every time you ask them for something. So alternatively, I think it was identified when they evaluated the alternatives, this would be the best path for the county. And to correct me if I'm wrong.
We explored other options about 2 years ago when we first started the conversations with BSNA, because of course BSNA informed us that the .NET prototype is going away with no end date in mind. So we did have the ability to have 2 years to do some research, and not only do our other locals have this system, whether it be through the taxation or through the assessing, a lot of our residents and builders already know the system as well.
Commissioner Haskell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. BSNA is also based, I saw a lot of Bath, Michigan as well, right? So we're still working with the local business, which is lovely. Whenever I hear taking something off of like a local server and moving it to the cloud, my mind is that we are kind of like also offshoring our liability for maintaining servers and cybersecurity. So does this, I guess from the IT department, is it free them up a little bit too on?
It won't free up IT for about 2 years. Our
Okay.
current SQL servers that we have to house the data for the .NET program were recently just put in, so it's 2 years. And Eric Daly has been working very closely with BSNA to talk about everything you just mentioned as we transition over to the cloud. Not only that, but how does the information that we have from our GIS system, for example, how does that translate into the cloud system? Eric has been very integral in making this as smooth as possible.
Fascinating. All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Shaver.
So is it, I'm just re-articulating to make sure I understand, is it safe that we're looking at assumed cost savings after 2 years on the other side of this with the .NET going away? I understand that, it sounds like there's like a 2-year overlap. Is that correct?
There is. I don't know that there'll be any real cost savings because the money's already been spent on the server. So it's my understanding, and Mr. Daly could answer that better, but I think the reality is there really isn't a whole lot of cost savings on IT, but the burden to house the data in-house and the security of it would be lifted from them.
Understood.
Probably realized gain would be when you get to the end of the useful life, you don't have to buy a new renewal.
Understood. I was just looking for the other benefits that maybe hadn't been discussed.
And Eric will be here later so you could ask him. He might know the cost off the top of his head.
Another benefit that hasn't been discussed, at least from a construction code standpoint, is currently we use 2 different programs for our permitting and then one for our inspections. Going to the cloud system, we no longer have to have the program that's called field inspections. That's where our inspectors are out in the field, they do their inspections, and they have to come back and sync their computer for those results to be live. When they're in the field, when we are on the cloud, when they're in the field doing their inspections, our contractors and property owners will get their results live when they're done in the system. So not only are we getting rid of one part of the program, but we are making the information more accessible.
Commissioner Moudry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I'm going to use a buzzword here. Is this uploading to the cloud, is this being sent to a data center?
That would be an IT question. I believe it is. Is it one of ours? That has nothing to do with this contract.
Okay, thank you.
But you would be, I mean, so there are companies like Amazon, a variety of companies that have a big portion of their businesses selling secure data space to, so absolutely. And for the public, generally, if you're using Google, if you're using Microsoft, your Facebook photos, all of that stuff is stored on the cloud. And the companies either are using their own in-house data centers or like Amazon, they buy space from Amazon and Amazon commits to the security and integrity of the network. And but yeah, those are big money makers for the large tech companies for sure.
So the answer is yes, it's going to a data center.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep,
thank
yep.
you.
It's not all in your phone, Mark. Mr. Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question. Just understanding that we are, you're asking us to approve this upgrade contract, is there elasticity in this contract to where if the needs increase or the needs decrease? I'm guessing it's like maybe from our side, and maybe this isn't fair, but like a per user base or however many people we're serving, if the municipalities that we were serving from construction codes increased or decreased, is this contract going to grow or shrink with that, or are we going to be stuck with anything on either end?
I'll let Brandy
It
start
is
and
an
then.
annual contract.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with population. Another cost savings that we are realizing is currently when somebody applies for an online permit, the construction code office pays $3 per permit. That regardless of if it's in our jurisdiction, if it's something we can approve or not, if they've submitted an application, it's $3. We pay that cost. That cost will also go away. So this contract has nothing to do with the population. It is an annual contract as written. And I can tell you, again, a lot of heavy lifting from a lot of departments and a lot of teamwork went into getting what we have.
If we're successful in allowing them to have locals come up under our umbrella, we're hoping it could look like the Axon contract where we have the Windsor and the Delta contract as sub to the county's agreement. And then if for some reason we stopped doing business with the community, they would just drop off of our umbrella. So that's kind of how we're advocating with BSNA to allow locals in that model, if that was allowable. If a community was using us 1 year and then 2 years later decided not, the idea would be they would drop off of the contract so that it's not encumbering the county in any way.
I just am aware of conversations that there have been across the county of different local units possibly doing their own construction code. I don't have any opinion about that myself. But if something were to change where there's an increase or a decrease, I guess my direct question is that going to affect the costs of this contract? Are they going to shrink if the department shrinks? Are they going to expand if the department expands? Or are we limited even within that 1 year?
I believe it is a flat rate just on a per customer
Great.
basis, not a
Understood.
volume-based service. Yeah.
Some savings that may be realized if you look under the, under the BSNA cloud conversion invoice breakdown that Dawn from the treasurer's office did for us. Under equalization and treasurer's office, you see setup days, training days, and post-go live days. Those are training and implementation days for those departments, and if they don't use them, they don't pay for them. So if they feel they went through 4 of them and they feel that's enough, those extra training or setup days are not paid for. But as we did the contract, we talked about this for a great deal, wanted to make sure that we gave you the worst-case scenario, depending on the training days that they feel they may need.
Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brandy, I have an off-the-wall question. I know that the city of Charlotte just adapted the same program and they started using that. With that being said, this is a 1-year subscription. Could we work with other entities such as Charlotte? Like, how many can work off of that subscription to maybe cut the cost some? Is that something you could partner with them and use the same program, or do you each have to have your own subscription?
Currently, it's set up so that every municipality has to have their own, but that was the conversation that I brought up specifically to BSNA on Tuesday.
Yeah.
That it seems a little unfair. And it seems like maybe we could do something to partner with our locals, like Ben said, similar to what we have for our Axon agreement. So right now, anybody that has BSNA, Delta, City of Eaton Rapids, City of Charlotte, they have their own system. But because we're a county, we have all the same data they have. So we've at least asked, can we do this? Haven't gotten a full answer back yet.
So if they're watching this meeting, they would probably not want to do it that way. However, I think it makes sense, and especially because all of our assessing uses are tied up together. If we were able to do that as a whole, it would be really good. Not a personal fan of the 1-year contracts. We're gonna try and work on that, but at the same time with proprietary software, sometimes you either move off of their project basis or you have to work with their terms, but we're looking at it, yeah.
That was one question I actually was going to ask. Could you purchase a further out package, like a 3-year or a 5-year?
Right now, they are no.
It's
In
an
the past
only a
few
1 year.
years, we've probably had 10 meetings with them, and every single meeting, we've asked about the 1-year contract because we're not exactly super comfortable with a 1-year contract. And their answer has always been, no, it's a 1-year contract.
Okay.
My understanding, they do that with everybody. I don't.
Everybody.
But if you know of a community that has a multi-year contract, you let me know.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, sometimes when you get that multi-year contract, it, reduces the cost. So I was curious about that.
It limits their ability to up the pricing because it's fixed in the terms. So that's why so many times Eric will advocate for multi-year contracts specifically with technology services. So, yeah.
Any other questions or comments? All right. We have a motion,
Or
moved and supported. Any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, those in favor say aye.
aye.
Any opposition? Okay, and this takes effect when, Brandy?
It would have to go to the full board and then be approved.
Does not go to the full board, it's just permission from this board to purchase, to evaluate the contract and the price and to purchase it. It does not go to the full board.
The budget amendment will go to the full board because the only department that budgeted for it was construction codes. The other teams that are jumping on because they use BSNA, that portion will go to full board next week.
So our intent is to have the signed contract back to BSNA after the full board meeting next week. They're looking to schedule the construction code department late fall, early winter, and then conversations with the treasurer's office and equalization to be the following summer, because that's when their slower times are. So scheduling out going to the cloud is pretty far out right now.
Okay, well, logistically, because it's a one-year contract, when this contract comes up for renewal and there's a change in the amount, how do we add that or change that into our budget? Or just do a budget increase?
Yeah, so as how we budgeted in the past, and that'll be a discussion later in the meeting and something we talked about in the purchasing work group, but as it's always been is, say you add a software program, year one, that's in the department's budget that's getting the secondary subscription, and then it would transfer to the actual localized department's budget. So the board would always have oversight on whether to renew, how to renew, and the cost. It would just rest in the department's budget after year one. As of now, we're not proposing changing the accounting of it. What we are proposing is rolling secondary contract renewals to IT so that we can have them be the paramount negotiating agent on behalf of Eaton County for our tech services subscriptions, which is different than how it's right now.
So it wouldn't be general fund per se, it would be IT budget.
It'd be IT, but if they're, say, negotiating renewals for secondary systems for 911, it's still millage funds, but IT's the one driving for multi-year contracts, bringing down the price and et cetera, in coordination with the department, but IT would be helping to make sure we're getting the best price on each of them.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, Brandy. Moving on to item G, Parks and Recreation Resolution to approve Eaton County Parks Community Grant applications.
So this is the result of the evaluation of the work group for the parks grants. Ethan had an issue up at the parks this morning that needed his immediate attention, so apologies for him not being here, but it was necessary for him to be at the office over in Grand Ledge this morning. So before you are the results, as I mentioned, there is a request to exceed the allocated amount of $400,000 to increase it by $7,010. So if you move forward to approve these grant requests as presented to you, the total amount would be $407,010.
Okay, moved and supported. Any further discussion? Commissioner Wright.
I just want to say that I attended the discussion, and there was some good points made, and we're going to see some great upgrades to our parks that needed it.
So this, I will mention, this was the first year we did a public meeting. Those have typically been done as a work group, and it was a public process this year, so the applicants could come, public could come. That was very well received. It went very well, so we will continue to make improvements on that. This is only the fourth year we've done the grant, so we continue to make improvements as we go still, even after 4 years. So, but it was, everybody appreciated the opportunity for it to be a public process.
Any other comments, questions? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, let the projects begin. Item H, Drain Commissioner Department restructuring request.
Okay.
I see Marcus is in the house.
He is, this was moved for referral to Ways and Means. This is a restructure request that was at Public Works 2 other times. Discussion at that committee moved it here. The request is, I'll let Marcus detail it, but the action being requested would be to send this to our consultant to evaluate what the actual costs would be. So those come back to Ways and Means to evaluate whether or not to take action with the request.
So this is not the final discussion on this.
Not at all. This would send, it's $600 per position, so this has funding in our budget, the controller's office, for these purposes, to evaluate what are the actual monetary implications, and then we bring that back for Ways to evaluate.
Okay. Marcus, would you like to say anything before we begin questions?
Yeah, I'd like to go over it if you guys would like me to. I haven't been to this committee yet, so the restructuring request is to add an office manager and then backfill the current administrative assistant position with a new member for the drain office.
a lot of this would be to cut down on the contractual costs that we have in the office where we contract out different services. And I presented on Wednesday it was, the cost savings. If you'd like, I can go over that. Is that necessary, Ben?
Whatever you'd like to tell us.
I would
Okay.
say it'd probably be good.
So for the first year, the initial assessing numbers were $173,000 for the contracting of the assessing. We believe that with adding the office manager position, she would slowly take that role in, or that position would slowly take that role in, and we project about a 25% savings. The first year that's implemented with approximately $43,250 savings. The second year, we projected a 40% project savings for assessing, and that cost savings would be approximately $69,200. There's a lot that goes into assessing. Assessing is required through the drain office every year. There's a special assessment on the winter taxes for any legal work, engineering work, environmental work, or maintenance work that's done on each drain, and that has to be assessed out to recoup those costs. Other contractual obligations or services that we have would be the permit review and closeout. So I know that there's been mention about moving the soil erosion program over to construction code. That's not the only permits that we review and close out in the drain office. We've got encroachments, drain crossings that we deal with on a very regular basis. I've currently got about 50 permits that are in the mix right now being processed before they're issued. And that cost savings would approximately at 25% and 40%. So review and closeout, we would have an annual savings the first year of $1,800. And the second year, we're looking at about a $2,800 savings, $2,883. So we also have permit inspections. Again, we do contract out work with soil erosion inspections for those permits. But we also have inspections for drain crossings and drain encroachments that we do. And the annual savings we're looking at there, the first year at 25% would be $1,638. And the second year, we're looking around $2,621. The other permit assistance that we have are during the SESC applications. Sometimes there's contractual needs there with engineering services to determine whether or not the scope of a project is necessary to get involved with engineering, with stormwater reviews. And then with the drain crossings, there's a lot of engineering services there to do reviews and whatnot. Just because there's so many of them that come in, it's with our short-staffed office, it's nearly impossible to get to every single one of them in a timely manner. The permit assistance savings, we're looking at $5,900 and $5,922 in the first year, and the second year at 40%, we're looking at $9,476 savings. So a total for all the savings with adding an office manager position and then backfilling the current administrative assistant position. In the first year, we're looking at a savings of $67,388. And in the, oh no, I'm sorry. That was a different part. So the first year, our savings for everything combined would be $52,612. And the second year savings, we're looking at $84,180.
Oh, all right. Commissioner Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Marcus, for being here. Appreciate your report. One of the things that I look at when there's restructuring requests is how much money is it going to ultimately save the taxpayers? And secondly, what kind of services is that going to offer to the taxpayers? So I appreciate that. One question that I have is, I know we're kind of in discussions about soil erosion, and so this is probably directed to you, Controller Dawson. If the soil erosion process were to change and come underneath a different department, how is that going to affect these numbers that we're looking at today? Because I know we're really, it's not one-dimensional, it's at least two-dimensional.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. To answer it, I'll go back in history a little bit. So when we had the budget where we cut the 8.4 million, the drain office lost 2 positions, an accountant and then a assessing administrator, which was a higher level grade in that office. Those reductions totaled about $227,000 in the prior fiscal year. Some of the deliberations at the time was the positions had been vacant for a while, like 18 months and I think 2 years in one instance. And so that was part of the reasons Board of Commissioners cut it, was because they're like, if you're not gonna fill it and you're using contractors, we're just taking it out of the budget. So just giving that example as well. And then looking back at work total, even when we had the assessing administrator in place before Marcus was promoted and he was the soil erosion officer, some of these expenses that the estimates are here are based on still contractual services supporting those from 23, 22, right? So all that to say, I believe even if you pull out the soil erosion, there is enough work in the drain office that's currently has to rely on contractors that you would see Marcus still be able to have a full-time job if soil erosion was off of his plate. Also the office manager and the backfill for the administrative assistant.
Is that still gonna represent cost savings at some level to the taxpayers?
Yeah.
I understand it's probably gonna be an increase in service if people can come here and get their questions answered directly.
Yeah.
Instead of having a subcontractor do that, but you still would
Ideally,
estimate
I think I
cost
do. So you're really looking at, and this is difficult, and I had this discussion in one of the townships because they were like talking about a culvert replacement, and they're like, well, make the drain commissioner pay for it. And I was like, well, everybody remember, the drain commissioner doesn't have a budget. He has assessment authority over you all without a vote, right? So, so asking like, why doesn't the drain commissioner pay for it? Well, eventually these costs do get reconciled back to the drainage district and to the entities that are attached to it. In that sense, today we're talking about upfront investing general fund, restructuring to bring more work in-house. These dollars will still get paid to contractors through the assessment process, even if it's not appropriate today. So the pitch and discussion that Marcus and I have had, and he has had with Richard, is building capacity in that office is for the best because it's should lead to quicker response times, more dedicated eyes on specific pieces for residents if they're coming in. Also, relieving the amount of work that has to get contracted out and building a knowledge base within the office so they, over time, can be less reliant on. The big picture of how that office is structured always rests with the elected drain commissioner, right? So in a couple of years or longer, if somebody changes guard and says, I want to bring it all in-house, this is a foundation that helps lay that there. Or they want to do a hybrid where they still contract. So I don't know if that answers your question, but the historic context, I think without soil erosion, this is still viable because of how much work is currently contracted out.
It does in part. I guess I have another question now after listening to you. So these are general fund dollars that we put out, but they're going to be recouped from the assessments?
Correct.
So this is just kind of us fronting the money and then it's going to be recovered back to the general fund?
Correct.
After
yeah.
these are billed?
So on an annual basis, and Melissa can talk to this probably better than me, but the county, for residents that don't know, also pays a significant sum of money towards drains on an annual basis. And each year when those come through, there's like a good of the county portion. The drain commissioner has discretion on how to bill, and often this type of contractual service hits the county in that portion. So either we structure it through this budget process, or very likely we would be paying it at that final assessment call at the end of the year based on their expenses.
And I think a good point to touch on as well is the lack of members in the drain office. So in the event that something were happen to Dina, say, and she could no longer work, something were to happen, so there is no other person to do that administrative role that she currently fills. So to have an administrative assistant under the office manager in the proposed restructuring, there would be a lot of training and knowledge that would be passed down. So in the event of a retirement or a catastrophe of some sort, the baton could essentially be passed to the next, and there would be a knowledge base there that would be ready and ready to go, as opposed to having to contract those services out until the training was up to speed and everything was ready with that new hire.
Commissioner Wright.
Marcus, I was at last month's Public Works and Planning, but I wasn't able to come to this next one. So first of all, I guess I wasn't sure about the soil erosion might be moved. But from our other meetings, I appreciate you taking this thoughtful time to be able to answer these questions in detail. So I think we've come a long way as to understanding your request and need for having this restructuring presented to us. So I appreciate your time. It makes it a lot more clear as well to me.
You're welcome. Thank you for hearing me multiple times.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hart, did I see your hand up?
It's less of a question, more of a, just a general thing, is that whenever constituents call and ask whether they should go to who they should ask about this particular element of damage, no offense to you all, but the first thing we say to them is, don't call the drain commissioner's office first, seek the other ways, otherwise they'll get hit by with the bill and assessment and such, because it's the way it is. Call you guys if we have to, but otherwise go through the road commission first if it's like a culvert or whatever.
So I think you're misdirecting people at that point then, because
Perhaps.
a call to our office doesn't incur any cost for any of that stuff. Now, if we go out there and find that maintenance is needed on our county drain or our county main, then there would be an assessment based on that, based on the maintenance. But to steer people away from us, I don't think that's the right.
Well, go to you if necessary is the thing. Don't go to you if it isn't, is always the advice.
Okay.
And within that, so people know, in the drain code, there's a set amount that can be used each year for maintenance. I believe it's 10,000 per mile.
So it's 10,000 per mile, but there's an inflationary
Yeah,
portion of that as well. So
just updated for the first time since 1952.
we generally just say 10,000 per mile, and really the inflationary portion is only a couple $100, but every little bit counts. And that $10,000 per mile, I feel like there's a misunderstanding with a lot of the public on this. That's not money we get. That's money that we are allowed to assess up to $10,000 per mile of drain.
They're not assessing it if they're not doing work. But if there's
So-
like a bad storm and they have to come in and clear out a bunch of tree and debris and stuff, that would be paid through, I'm assuming, the maintenance, right? Is that an
Yep.
example?
Yep, so, and you know, a lot of people say, well, you haven't done maintenance for 2 years out here, so you should have a ton of money. If you don't use it, you lose it. Like, it's not something that just builds up and builds up, so you've got all of a sudden $50,000 to work on a 1 mile drain because you haven't touched it in 5 years. You get $10,000 a mile per year, and if you don't use it, you lose it, so.
Okay, Commissioner Shaver.
Based on the estimated cost savings that this is going to provide for the county, as well as the proposed increase in services, I would make a motion that we would refer this on as requested to, and figure out, you know, your costs and all of that are associated.
Support?
Motion on the floor.
Support?
Moved and supported. Any further discussion, questions? All right, what's the time frame on this, Ben?
Very likely to have it back to you by next month for your review and consideration. And the soil erosion, because that will be presented, the findings, I think, from the consultant next month at Public Safety. So when you come back, you'll have that additional context as well. Public Works. We just moved where you're reporting, Marcus. Congratulations.
Do it twice.
Okay, any further discussion or questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you, Marcus.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we are down to item 9, department presentations. We have the treasurer stepping forward, I think.
While he's coming up, we added a third public comment because part of the idea with the change we made at Public Works was giving the community the opportunity to comment after department reports. So that's item 10.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Treasurer.
Good morning.
What good news do you have to share with us?
Well, actually, I think I have some good news on several fronts. But good morning, Commissioners. I am Darius Rainette, Eaton County Treasurer. And what I'd like to present to you this morning is a short report on the activities of the Treasurer's Office for the first 2 quarters of this fiscal year. So that's the period, the 3-month periods ending December 30th, 2025 and March 30th, 2026. If you remember, I came up here last February and gave an update for the 2 prior fiscal years. So, and because of our large agenda, I'm going to try to move quickly here and just give a brief overview of where the investments are concerned, where our cash is invested, current balance, and the rate of returns. And also, these reports are something that I want to do on a regular basis. I plan to meet here in another quarter or 2, so I'm open for suggestions for the format. Okay, good, thank you. It shows up a little bit different on my screen here, but okay. What we're able to invest in as county treasurers is limited by Michigan's Public Act 20, but essentially it is things that are very safe and liquid investments, so no stocks, no volatility there, but things like commercial paper, CDs, money markets, treasury bills, things like that. So we have an account with PNC, which is kind of our main checking account for the general fund, and within that we have other departments, such there's an account for the 56th District Court, Sheriff Canteen, the Health Department, things like that. And then we also have a feature with PNC called a sweeps account, where it sweeps in money, I think, overnight to invest, and then the next day it sweeps it back into the money, so it's into our account, so it's available. So, and they pay a rate of return on that. Let's see. Staying with that slide. Oh, no, stay with the, go back one, sorry. Yep, PNC, thank you. Let's see, let me get caught up here. Okay, at the end of the first quarter, our total cash on hand with PNC was $47.1 million, and at the end of the second quarter, it was $62.9 million. I think the reason for that increase was our increased efficiency with the settlement process. On March 1st, the townships, local governments have to send in the tax money that they collect, so we had it. And then at the end of the month, we had to start divvying it out back to them. So I think that is what's responsible for that increase, that we got more efficient at that, as opposed to last year when we were just still learning the process. Let's see, as far as the returns, unfortunately, our returns on our sweeps account continued to decline. It was 3.32, I think, about a year ago, and now it is at, as of March 31st, 2.25. I'm going to talk in a minute about some ideas that I have to increase our investments. Next slide, please. Another entity that we use is a company or an investment pool called Michigan Class. They're well known to local governments. They're specially created to pool investments, and they invest in things with a little bit longer timeline, but still within what's allowed money markets, CDs, commercial paper. On this graph, I kind of messed up. What I was trying to do is on the bottom horizontal ledger was to put fiscal year in, but I couldn't figure out how to do that, so it just kind of looks a mess. Let's go to the next slide, and what I did was I presented the cash balances by month and quarter, along with the investment earnings and returns for last year. And if you go to the next quarter, slide, you'll see it for the first 2 quarters. Now, hopefully I won't get out of order here, but let's see. Okay, so our cash did decline from, I think, December of 2025 to March of 2026. I think that was because of expenses from the road commission. Their cash declined, so I don't know if something's going on. I haven't had time to completely review the cash analysis on that. So if you go to the next slide, there I've added the breakout of what programs have funds invested with Michigan Class, their interest, the interest they earned, and also, I didn't include the rate of return on those, but the rate of return has declined. In the first quarter, it was $4.07. It's now down to $3.79. Again, I think that's because of the market and not being able to invest in equities. So, could you go into the next slide, please? And the next one after that, the CDs. Last year, a number of CDs came due, and I reinvested them, but then they came due again. And I noticed that last year, the CD rates were declining, but this year they're beginning to increase by 0.5 percentage point or 3/4. That's good news for savers or institutional investors, such as the county. Not so bad if you're looking for a mortgage, I guess. But generally, the maturities on these are 3 to 7 months. They do have a longer, they have like a year at 4%, but I'll explain in a minute why I'm reluctant to do that. And also at the bottom, the one I have for Consumers Credit Union, I need to correct that. It actually, it was renewed on February 10th, and it's going to August, but it's at 3.75%. That was something I missed. So, next slide, please. And lastly, for our investment vehicles, we have a money market with Flagstar. It contains some of the money, some of the funds for the delinquent tax revolving fund. That balance is $396,945. The interest rate of return was 2.45% at the end of March. Go to the next slide, please. Okay. Mentioned before that we're looking at alternatives to increase our investment income. We've had a number of conversations with 2 firms, Cantilla Group, Capital Group, which is out in Boston, but they occasionally come out here. They also have an office out here, and also with the Meter Group. And I spoke a few weeks ago with a representative there about some long-term options investing in, I believe it was Treasury bills. So, and we're scheduled to meet with the representative from Meter later this month. I wanted to have a move quicker on this, but I just couldn't get around to it. So, but anyway, I'm looking to invest some extra money, so I'm reluctant to put it all into CDs, even if they're a little bit higher. Accomplishments for the first half of the year. Well, we all remember Congressman Tom Barrett came to the complex here in early May because of the security grant that he was able to get for us. And he visited the mill on the next day because he was instrumental in getting us a HUD Community Development Block Grant. So the congressman wanted a tour of the facility, so I took him through the main building there, the one that's in best condition, the one on the corner of Main and canal. Then we walked around the property. And it was funny, I didn't know what to do with the VIP. I didn't want to get him hurt, so I offered him the hard hat that I borrowed from facilities. But he said I should wear it and hold the clipboard because I look official, so, yeah. So, and I also want to recognize Chad Powers for donating some hard hats that he had to the land bank that he wasn't using. It saved us from buying them, so thank you very much, appreciate it. Let's see, okay. Oh, where the status on the Honer Mill is now, we're working on an RFP to get a vendor to handle the environmental remediation and demolition, and maybe some other things which, services that might be able to provide that we would need. We had an estimate a few years ago that the total cost of the project to clean up and demo was $3 to $4 million. The grant is only for $1 million. We're looking for other sources of finance, either state or federal. But my goal is, and I may have said this before, but I want to make, I understand that we may not be able to get all the money all at once, but I'll be satisfied if we can do something consistent every year, showing that there's progress being made so that the citizens of Eaton Rapids will see this and, okay, that building's down now. And, you know, a year or two later, they took out those outbuildings and they planted those trees so they blocked the other buildings until we get funding for that. So consistent, steady progress, I'll be happy with. Let's see, let me get caught up here. Okay. Go back to that. Also, because we get inquiries on the mill, I added a page to our section of the county website on the history of the mill, but I also plan to include kind of an updates page, which will have information on the RFP and where we are on our plans on that. And I should say our ultimate goal for the property is, once it's cleaned and cleared, to either offer it to a developer, and if they're not interested, then make it a green space. Let's see. Every month we have a meeting of the land bank, and it's usually the last Wednesday of the month. And it was brought to my attention a few months ago that we weren't in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. So one of the things I did was to put us into compliance. I listed our meeting times, our locations, our agendas, and also the minutes. So there's a separate page for that. And I also, of course, made sure that we're in compliance with ADA. Next slide, please. Staying with the topic of the land bank. The purpose of the land bank is to take properties that are derelict or unused or, you know, in really bad shape and put them back into perfect or productive use. And we're a small land bank, and we didn't have a lot of inventory. We actually sold all of it last year. The only thing remaining is the mill and like a piece of a driveway somewhere in some landlocked subdivision. But anyway, but one of our successes is back in October, we sold a lot in Potterville to a young guy who was a builder and said he wanted to build a house on it. And a few weeks ago, I drove by and I saw this, that he had poured the concrete, and then last weekend he had the framing up. So that, along with some of the properties we sold in the foreclosure auction, shows that not only is the land bank proving its worth, but we're also alleviating, in at least a small way, the housing crisis. Next slide, please. I'm trying to engage with the public and let them be aware of the services the Treasurer Office offers. So with that in mind, I rented a space at my own expense at the Gizzard Fest last weekend, an event that I'm well familiar with. And I had information there on a flyer that we created on just general information on property tax, along with foreclosure help from our partners with Capital Area Community Services, and then also information on the two millages. And I was joined by Michelle Fix through Veteran Services, who supplied information on Veteran Services, and brought some swag, which was helpful for drawing people in. And we had a pretty good response. A lot of the people that I would ask, they were from other counties, but we did speak to a lot of county residents, made them aware of property tax and the 2 millages. So I would think it's a success. I consider it a success. I also want to thank, again, Michelle for helping us out, along with her coworker, Tom Lewis, who helped me set up Friday. And then I was joined Saturday afternoon by Commissioner Frank Holmes, and in the Saturday morning with Potterville resident Alan Silas. And lastly, I want to say that, before moving on to the claims part, is that I'm looking for future opportunities to have similar events like this, outreach to other counties, to the citizens. So if there's a department that is planning a similar event, if you think what the treasurer's office has complements that, please let me know. Similarly, if you as a commissioner are planning something, let me know. I'm considering at this point doing something at the county fair, having a booth or something like that. So now for the part you're all waiting for. The Wayside Church class action update. Quick summary here. Back in 2020, there was a landmark court decision, Raphael versus, I believe, Oakland County, which said if you lost your property in foreclosure, you're entitled to claim the proceeds, what was left over. Prior to that, it was going to the county treasurer or the state. And there was a number of laws, Michigan law was changed, so people now have that option to claim the proceeds. That's been the case since 2020 moving forward. And in fact, in the last property auction we had in September, October, we have a number of claims that have been filed, and we're just waiting for the process to see through, and we'll return their money. But the question came up about what are people who had lost their property for foreclosure prior to 2020, which in Eaton County's case, we started foreclosing services back in 2016. We ran it through 2019. We didn't have anything because of COVID in 2020. So we're looking at 2016 through 2019, the properties there. And these claims are combined into a class action lawsuit. And because Michigan is like in the federal court West District section, along with about two dozen other counties, we're included in Wayside Church. And this has been going on for a couple of years, and now they're at the point where they're ready to start paying out claims. So we were contacted a few weeks ago by the claims administrator and provided a spreadsheet. Well, every county was, but provided the claims that they had reported. And at first glance, we determined, or it showed claims of $932,000. However, we reviewed that. We removed a number of duplicate claims, people that unknowingly filed twice and 3 times, things like that, and also claims that nobody had ever identified. There was nobody around to claim anything. So we reduced that number to $625,084. Again, I made a mistake on the spreadsheet. It says $699,723. That really should be $625,084. There was a property in there that I accidentally included. So the reserves we have for these claims is $1,146,573. So we have enough money to cover that, and this is in addition to or apart from the foreclosure fund balance, which is now approximately $2.4 million. So I consider this good news. We have 1.1. Our claims are about 625. It looks good. We were told, though, for any remaining claims that we should estimate that at 80%, which we'll do at year end. So there's one other thing regarding to claims, but before we get to that, I want to mention briefly, still staying on the subject of foreclosures. Every year we have a show cause hearing where it's kind of like someone in foreclosures is their last chance to do something about it. Oftentimes we set up payment plans. We had a number of those. But after that, we did end up pulling a couple of properties from auction because of extenuating circumstances. There was some question if the owner had received notices or a property was getting ready to be sold, but there was some roadblock that's now cleared, things like that. So what I'd like to say is the number of properties we have for our foreclosure auction beginning in August is 8. Last year it was 12. I consider that low number to be a good sign. So, and some of those I think were like abandoned properties as well. So not all of them are like ready move-in properties. So lastly, I want to give an update on another court decision, U.S. court case Pung versus Isabella County. And the central issue here is the value that should be returned, or the value that the proceeds from sale should be based on. So Pung is arguing that the time of the sale of the auction, it was a depressed price, say it was $10,000. The account taxes and expenses are $2,000. I'm using an example here. The proceeds therefore would be $8,000. They're saying that the fair market value should be used, so it would be, let's say it was $200,000, expenses of $2,000. The county would have to pay that additional $198,000, and that would create a whole big bunch of problems. So, and every county, most of the counties in Michigan that do their own foreclosure realize this. It's the liability that not record. So we're expecting a decision. Well, Supreme Court decisions are all published by the end of June. The next date that they have for releasing the next set of decisions is next Thursday. I don't want to jinx it and say it's unlikely. I will say that if they were to fine for Pung because of the ramifications of this, there would be other things would have to happen. It would be, because it would make collecting property taxes impossible, the state would have to step in, and I don't know whether to fund those liabilities or not, who knows? So, but, yeah. Our potential liability on that would be $4.8 million. That was just an estimate, so. That concludes my report. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for our treasurer? Well, it's a very thorough report, Darius. I'm going to quiz you on one item, going back to the Horner Mills. At this point, Horner Mills is in the possession of the land bank, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so at the time of demolition, then you're able to put it up for sale to a developer?
Yeah, after, after the cleanup and demolition, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
If we were to receive an inquiry.
All right, so I'm assuming then the vacant property would be sold at fair market value, and then what would become of the cost for tearing it down and reclaiming everything?
Well, that would be, the grant is a reimbursement grant, so, it would be, I don't want to say it's no cost, but I'm assuming grants would be covering that, so I don't believe we'd be in a position where we'd have to repay anything.
Well, my point is that at the point of sale, whatever we get out of it, that would be to pay off what we have, what investment the county had, or the land bank has in it. So it's entirely possible that you could go into that sale with a negative balance then, or complete that sale with a negative balance.
No, because we're only, when it comes to we do have expenses that, for example, legal, consultants, and also property upkeep, which is well worth it, but expensive. So, and I'm keeping a track on that, and I'm a little leery of it, but we're also getting, we also get money transferred into it from the foreclosure fund as well. So, but as far as going into negative, my understanding and my plan is if we're only going to receive the amount of the grant that we have money to reimburse. In other words, the fund balance, the balance in the checking account for that right now for the land bank is about $340,000. So, we're only going to do $200,000 work of work, and then wait and get the $200,000 back, and then proceed after that. So, and do another phase of it. So, yeah, I don't anticipate running into a negative fund balance amount.
And out of that fund balance from land bank, none of that is general fund county money, correct?
No.
All right,
No,
so,
no, from the foreclosure fund.
yeah, so at this point, the county has no ownership of that property.
Well, the county, the land bank is a separate entity, component unit, has its own tax ID, and they're the ones that own it. So,
Okay, well, that was a question posed to me.
okay.
How much of that property does the county now own?
Yeah, we own all of it. So,
The land bank.
yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for our treasurer? Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Horner Mill, I had heard, I didn't know if there was any truth to it or not. Is that going to be developed into a park? Is what the
Well,
rumor is?
We have to have kind of like an end goal when we apply for a grant. We're saying that we want to clear it and make it available for either redevelopment or a green space. The problem with, once it's cleared and all it's cleaned up, the problem is it's still in a floodplain. And it might be too prohibitively expensive for a developer to go in there and build. It's not impossible, but because it's in a floodplain, they'd have to build a levee, I guess, and also raise the about of the grade, thank you. So, and then there's also access, getting to the property because it's right on a corner. So there's kind of those issues there. I've been saying that it has, probably most likely will be a green space, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that someone would develop it because it has great view. It's right on the river there, wraps it right around there. So, it is a nice place. And I think the plan was years ago to make it a similar development across the street where they have those apartments, which is actually what I understand was a sister building to the mill. So, but they ran into various problems, so.
Commissioner Wright.
If it ever did go to a green space, it's in the city of Eaton Rapids. So they would have to be willing, though, to take that responsibility on to maintain it as a park, wouldn't they? I mean, it does have a cost.
Yeah, possibly. And in fact, we got someone inquired about having an easement on the property so they can put a river walk trail along there. So there is interest in having as a green space, so.
Okay, I know that they've struggled in the past, because my girlfriend was on the Parks Board over there in Eaton Rapids about, funding and maintenance and different things involved.
If it comes, if it came to the only option was a green space, we didn't have a lot of sunk cost in it, I would be happy to turn it over, sell it to the city for a nominal amount, $1 or something like that.
Commissioner Barber.
I would just like to state, I think it would make a wonderful county park.
We only have a 10-year millage.
Any other questions or comments?
We don't have any.
All right, seeing none, Darius, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
At this time, I will ask that we go to a recess for, let's say 15 minutes. We'll be back here at 11:20.
You gonna go home? You don't feel
All right, welcome back, everyone. We will continue on with our agenda, and our next item is 9B, Public Defender Report.
We'll welcome Matt Newberg up to provide you all with an update.
Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll provide a quick update. I plan on attending the board meeting next week, and I'll have an actual report to provide then too. So this is about the 6-month mark of when I first started at the Public Defender's Office. So when I started here, the goal was to kind of stabilize the office, and make a determination on caseloads, any flow within the office, any policies and procedures, and then address those accordingly. So since that process, we have implemented a new case management system, standardized office procedures. We've improved case tracking, worked with discovery distribution so we don't have any additional or new discovery issues. And then we've got accountability measures throughout our office. So we've hired Sarah Lincoln, who used to work at the district court here for a number of years. She runs the district court portion of our office. She communicates with the clerk's office, and then she communicates with the lawyers responsible for conducting misdemeanor work under the MIDC standards. So if there's an issue with the district court, we go to Sarah, and then Sarah will help us figure out where we need to go after that. We haven't had any. For the circuit court, same concept. We hired Melanie Bergeron. She worked at Ingham County. She's got 15 years of experience in the court system, and she handles all of the circuit court issues. So she deals directly with the judges, the judicial assistants, and then the felony lawyers to make sure that we're conducting ourselves in a manner that's consistent, not only with MIDC, but that we know where we're supposed to be when we're supposed to be. We have 2 meetings every week. One meeting is with the felony lawyers to go over their cases for the next 2 weeks. And then another is for the lawyers that handle misdemeanors. Again, the same concept. Go over the cases, understand what's coming up in the next 2 weeks, so we're fully prepared. We've also fully staffed the office, except for the social worker position, which I anticipate is going to be moved from a full-time position to a contract position, but we'll talk about that on a different day. But we have 11 lawyers. We have room for 11 lawyers. We've hired 11 lawyers. Between myself, Rob Palmer, and Steve Milks, who is a senior assistant public defender, we have collectively 60 years of criminal defense experience between the 3 of us. So the 3 of us are kind of leading the office from a mentorship program and then working with the lawyers that are there. So our support staff is also fully complete and fully staffed at this point. Our office is fully staffed other than the social work position. So now that we have kind of that foundation in place, when I initially started here, we kind of listed out monthly goals. The first 3 months was to do a stabilization and initial assessment of the office. The next 6 months was to develop some type of a future model or keep this current model that we have and analyze potential models that are being used through MIDCs in other MIDC regulated counties. It is my opinion moving forward that we don't need to change the model that we currently have established in this county. We have kind of the hybrid model with an assigned counsel contract to get rid of the conflict cases, and then an internal model that is the office that obviously that I run. The nonprofit model I don't think would serve the county well. I don't know that it would serve the citizens well, frankly, because we have the ability to get to court when we need to get to court. If the courts call and says somebody needs to get arraigned or an issue needs to be addressed, we can walk right over and we can handle that. Our new case management system lists everything that's occurred on any case. So any lawyer that's in court that's asked to step in, as long as they can do it through MIDC standards, will be able to open the case, see what's happened, and then be able to take it from there. We also are able to continually work with the jail, both to facilitate discovery and meetings at the jail. Our office is over there almost every day, reserving at least one room for the day to communicate with clients. We also are using SmartCom, which is a system that the jail has, to not only communicate through text message, similar type text messages, and then also distribute discovery to them, and we're able to track when they get their discovery and that they're able to access it, both from our internal system and then obviously through communications with SmartCom. So moving forward, the last, I think we're ahead of schedule. The last 3 months of my tenure was supposed to be transition planning and then finalize an updated structure. And I think moving forward for the next 6 months, we can work on that transition planning portion of what it is the board is going to decide to do, not just with leadership, but also the type of model that we have working in the county. I can say that we have had no complaints from the sheriff's department. We've had no complaints from the court system or from the probation department as to the level of representation that's been provided, which I think is a reflection on the people in my office, frankly. So that's what we have to kind of devote our time and energy to now the next 6 months, is to keep the office running the way that it is, following the policies and procedures that we've put in place. We have completed all the necessary reporting requirements that we need to with MIDC to current. We had some MIDC reps here 2 weeks ago to kind of tour our facility, talk about the policies and the procedures that we have in place, and also see where we can meet with clients. And they also met with some of the court staff and court personnel. Our fiscal year 27 budget was approved by MIDC, so that's a good thing. Most counties got a 6 to 10% cut. Ours did not. Ours is going to remain the same. So we can continue moving on the path that we've been on here in the last 6 months. I don't really, I do want to recognize really quickly that none of this would have been possible without Ben and his staff. Also, the courts, their staff, the sheriff's department, and the prosecutor's office. There was a lot of grace that occurred when I first got here, a lot of meetings that everybody was willing to sit down and have. And so without that kind of cooperation, this process and progress would have never been made. We may be on different sides of the judicial system, but at the end of the day, we're trying to preserve the integrity of an outcome of a case, whether it's a conviction or not. And so to be able to have the support of the court and Ben and the controller's office has been instrumental in making this happen. So I don't have anything really additional. If anybody has questions, I'll be happy to answer any of those. But again, I think I'll be at the board meeting next week, and I'll have a written report as well.
All right. Any questions for Matt?
No, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Matt.
All right.
All right, moving on. Tim. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. This is our annual report for Ways and Means. Does not need to go to the full board. Just talking about the impact of the TIFAs as far as the downtown development authorities and the LDFAs. They also have the CIA, which is the shopping center up in Delta Township. This continued to have an impact on our revenues this year. City of Charlotte, the taxable value or the capture loss is $24,300 now in the City of Charlotte for their DDA. Eaton Rapids is up to $64,609. Operating loss based on the capture. And we did have some decent-sized commercial class increases in those two cities that did impact the capture going up a little bit in those two jurisdictions. Grand Ledge is one of the biggest increases in their DDA, which is quite large. That's up to a total of $307,440 tax revenue lost. Potterville's at, City of Potterville's up to $57,597. The Bellevue Village one is expiring now, so that one's not an impact unless they decide to renew that later on. The total on Delta Township is up to $99,989. They didn't have a whole lot of development, I noticed, in the shopping center. They did add the Best Buy in there, but everything else is kind of on hold because of some legal issues. But overall, we're at a total of 557,834, and that's only for the general fund dollars, revenue lost. And now at the total, if you add all the elected millages in there, it's well over $1 million that we're losing every year. So is there any questions on this particular report?
I don't see any, okay, Commissioner Haskell.
I don't know if it's on this particular report in general, but for the tax capture district in Delta, I know a lot of that was intended that while those taxes were captured, it would help, fund some of the roads and the further expansion in phase 2 or whatever of the, if they choose not to continue or grow the development anymore, is there any recourse for the county to say like, hey, this isn't working as intended, or?
No, not really. I mean, they did agree to give us 20% of all the new construction in there, and that's the only districts that's done that, so that is a good thing.
Yeah, I love that. I don't love that there's not more construction now, which was the intention, right? So it was a driving thought.
Yeah, it's more of a Delta Township local jurisdiction thing, basically.
Yeah.
I'll note it down, though, to check, just so I have some other questions that I got from townships as we've gone around and talked. And I think a good distinction to make, there are grandfathered tax increment finance districts, and then there's ones that come up for authorization to this board. Delta is an example of one. I believe it was a 20-year agreement. Eventually, we'll come back, and the board will have the option to renew or not extend. Unfortunately, because of how the law was implemented, those grandfathered districts, which are significant, that's Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, Potterville, Grand Ledge, we only receive revenue based on their valuations in 1995. So all property tax development above that level, the county doesn't see a dime of, but it stays local for helping to business investments and beautification and different, whatever the priorities of the development body are. So I'll add that to the list of questions I'm gonna look at for that. We did talk about this last month when we did a revenue loss summary. One of the columns said Tifa, and this is exactly what that column broke out to. So for residents that watched last month, that's what we're talking about.
Commissioner Wright.
So Ben, in your notes, can you talk with Delta and see if they have any movement on the lawsuits up there? Because I can't imagine that with the acreage that's still available for development, that at some point that really won't be developed. I really don't have a feeling that that's ever just going to be cow country.
Okay, yep.
First of all, we're trying to deal with MDOT, remember, too, on the redevelopment of the traffic flow between Canal and Kreitz. And that second road that's supposed to be in the further development portion that will come out to Broadbent, we're talking about that with traffic flow, as if there is that second road that was always supposed to be planned. So that's all part of our MDOT corridor situation.
Okay, any other questions? I've got one for you, Tim. I don't know if you got the answer for this, so I'm just picking your brain. Adjacent to the BJ's warehouse up there in Delta, there is a block wall right to the west of that. Been standing there for 2 or 3 years now. What is that supposed to be, and what's going on with it?
That's a good question. And that's part of the issue that's holding everything up, is our understanding. I can't remember what they were supposed to build, but that was on hold, and that's the big concern for Delta Township. They got this building that looks kind of ugly. It's just half built, and it was supposed to be finished, and it's not. So that's kind of why they want to put things on hold at the
I think it was supposed to be a Bass Pro Shop.
No, it was gonna be an at-home.
Is that what it was?
A what? Oh.
Mark's on the planning commission at Delta Township since 2008.
That wall is actually what's left after the windstorm in '23, August of '23. The windstorm knocked almost half of that down. So what you see is what's left of that. Okay, and then that's all involved in the lawsuit and everything. At Home pulled out. They're not going to do it, as far as we know. So,
So will that become property that our treasurer has to deal with here soon?
somebody's going to have to deal with it. Yeah.
Well, I suppose if they take it down and it's new construction, then that revenue comes to the county, correct, Jim?
What's that?
If that building or what's the remnants come down and there's new construction there, that revenue would come to the county. You said 20%?
Yeah, that would come to the county.
All right, I'm all in favor of that. All right,
I'll give you an update on at-home cladding. They are looking for a new site, but not on that complex. So hopefully we will get an at-home at some point.
So,
we sure aren't.
I just missed, who owns the wall at this point?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
developers.
That's what I thought, but I'm not, it's like, so At Home doesn't own the wall anymore, the developer owns the wall.
Right.
Yeah, typically those are long-term leases, designed for that particular company.
Well, thank you for the answer to that. Good question, Tim. I appreciate it. Anything else for Tim? All right, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, moving on to item E, Technology Services Director Report. Eric? Oh, Chad.
To step out if you.
What? Oh, Facilities Manager, I'm sorry. I crossed out the wrong one. Chad, you're up.
Good morning. I just wanted to start to say the donation of the hard hats and safety vests that Treasurer mentioned, that was a personal donation. It wasn't from my department, so it was from my previous career, and they were a box in the basement collecting dust, and Darius mentioned that he was looking to buy some, and I said, hey, I got something for you, so that's how that worked out. So to start my report, it's kind of brief this month. Spent several hours yesterday bracing and prepping for severe weather for with the controller's office, IT, and some of the elected offices. In the event that we would have lost power this morning, we'd still have been able to conduct some of the county business. So that was very, very good time spent yesterday. Speaking of severe weather, or power outage, excuse me, on Sunday, May 24th, we had a power outage here at the complex. That was Memorial Weekend that Sunday. It was about an hour and 20 minutes, and it was due to consumers' equipment failure is what they told us. So it's always a chaotic scramble for my department when we have that happen, because we have to verify that everything comes back online, even if the computers tell us it. A lot of it we have to field check and check in person to make sure that it is all operational and we're ready for business. And obviously with 24-hour buildings, the jail, central dispatch, and youth facility, they never close. So it's imperative that everything's operating at normal business for them, and everything we verified everything. We came through it pretty well. There's always a glitch here or there that we discover, but for the most part, everything went well with that. Next item I have is the progress on the elevator project. As I've reported in the past, we're replacing all 7 elevators here on the complex. We have 3 here at the courthouse, 1 at the Sheriff's Office, 1 at Central Dispatch, 1 at the 551 building, and 1 at the Health Department, for a total of 7. So we are in the design phase. We're under contract. In fact, they were here this morning doing some field work, verifying electrical, and so the engineers were walking through the buildings this morning with one of my maintenance team. So that's underway, and we'll be having a final drawings completed here in the next month or so, and then be ready to release it out for bid and then get the stuff ordered and start planning for the replacements. So that's a big one on our list this year. I think Ethan with Parks might have reported at his committee meeting about the progress out at Crandall. I just wanted to touch on that we are in the process of executing a contract for our design with that. We've selected a firm and we're moving forward with the access road that comes off of Flanders. That's pretty exciting for the parks and the county. They were out there actually yesterday doing some of their geotechnical and topographical surveys with drones. So that was the first step, and then we'll start getting into design, and then that'll go out for bid and then ultimately construction. Other than that, our internal projects, our budgeted projects that we do in-house with projects, equipment upgrades, carpet replacements, so forth. So we're in the middle of that and continue to move along. So if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer, but that concludes my report.
I could just add a little, I would say, in the CIP, we have the capital improvement plan that was adopted. We have put in, I believe, around $1 million, depending on what it would actually cost to put the courthouse on a battery backup for a number of reasons. One, the way the solar is set up is when there's without power at the courthouse, those panels stop working and stop producing. So we have a loss of productivity in those instances. The other reason is if we're unable to have power here for more than a couple hours, often that triggers us sending people home, which there's contractual language in our contracts. If courthouse employees go home, premium pay gets triggered for emergency services and groups that have to work, like the youth facility, 911, and the sheriff's department. So generally speaking, having a battery backup is going to be a good long-term investment, and I believe we were looking at that for next year. It's not in the budget here, it's in the capital improvement plan, and we would be using bond money to do it. That's kind of the payoff. The alternative is, like yesterday, we were preparing for potential weather outage today and how to still have this meeting and support operations, and we have a few generators and like a loose plan in place. So Eric, Chad, and I spent a lot of time meeting with elected offices and staff about, hey, if this goes down, where can we have people working? Because our goal is to get as much productivity out of our teams as we can, but provide them a safe place to work. So yeah, I just wanted to add that to the discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Chad? Good report, Chad. No questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're on to Eric.
Good morning. Brief report this morning. Cybersecurity training updates. We're still holding around 50 to 55% completion on the latest training that we put out. We did release a phishing campaign internally to departments just to see if anybody would take the bait, if you will, and click. To date, we're about 23% of staff took the bait on that. So not as great as I'd like to see, but hey, it's a target now. We can make improvements on that. Report on the phone system migration. We're 2 months in now of moving to our new carrier. That was part of a cost endeavor that we're able to reduce our cost of annual operation of the phone system about 50%. That is still holding true. We're going through a couple small growing pains with that, some caller ID issues, but overall, I would say that project has been widely a huge success. Phase 2 of that project was part of the Delta Police Service agreement that we were going to bring over about 18 lines of their operation to the county phone system, a part of that contract. Now that we've had that in place last month, we're able to complete that task as well. So we're able to bring 18 phone lines for the Delta substation operation to ours. That was no cost to the county. There will be no extra cost to the county based on the new phone contract that we're on with IP Phone. We're able to have as many phones as we want on that contract. So was a perfect fit. It was just a timing issue to bring those over, that we couldn't do that during the initial phase of that contract. Third leg of that phone project is starting to move to an e-faxing solution. Yes, it's 2026. We're still talking about faxing. It is something that is, we'll say, unfortunately, still used in some mainstream business practices. But part of that, this week, we set up our first testing line. We're using that. It's actually the Technology Services fax line that we abandoned a long time ago, but we're using that as a test to create documentation and videos to help staff train on that as we make that transition. Also part of that, we kind of think about it as per fax line that we have. There's about 20 to 23 active fax lines that we have for operations here. The new faxing solution will be around $150 annually to do that. So that's a projection of around, I think what we're going to be able to do is get down to 10 fax lines for operations based on a poll we put out to departments. So it'll be about a $1,500 to $2,000 annual cost for faxing. The other part of that plan is I've talked about for a while now of updating our printers and our faxing solutions that we have here. So part of the budget packet for the upcoming 26-27 fiscal year will be to replace a lot of the county's very aged and dated multi-use faxing machine printer copiers. By having this e-faxing solution in place now, we're going to be able to save $600 per unit to remove those faxing cards for that. So year one, when we do that, you're looking at about a $10,000 savings overall by not having to have that equipment in there. So the ROI on this e-faxing solution is going to be realized immediately. Now, over time, those faxing machines, we're expecting to get about a 7-year out of that. So over the 7-year period, it's probably going to be budget neutral, but we're able to plateau those costs over the life cycle of that equipment. But the other thing that we'll realize is the amount of maintenance that in-house staff have to maintain that faxing solution that we have in place now. So in a nutshell, we're going to realize cost immediately in the budget and ease of use in kind of mainstream faxing going forward. Another update on IT policies, still working with a vendor of updating our roughly 30 to 32 policies that we function under for IT for Eaton County. I actually had a meeting with MMRMA this week and the vendor to look at potentially what grant opportunities are there and if there's something that we can do there and if it's worth the effort to go out for a grant. So we had a really good meeting for that regards to, I'll just say, IT-related policies. A lot of local units all operate under the same set of IT policies, whether they're for the regulatory of CJIS compliance, HIPAA compliance, Pub 1075. So where the discussion led with our vendor and MMRMA, was how we can build a policy packet that all municipalities or local units of government can use, whether that's 10 out of the 30 policies that we have, whether that's 20. But the goal is just to work toward a product where a lot of municipalities can leverage the work that we're going to put in as a derivative. So in a sense, even if you look at municipalities within Eaton County, as a community, we can save money by putting the work into this. So more to come on that, but wanted to give you an update. It's something we are working on. The last thing I wanted to talk about was BSNA. I understand there was a little bit of discussion this morning surrounding that. I am actively working. I actually had a meeting with BSNA yesterday about how to ensure that we're still able to access core data that's currently and has historically been on-site at Eaton County. The cloud solution that we're moving towards, that data moves from on-prem to a cloud solution. That cloud solution is government secure, so it's exactly where it needs to be. But in order to feed, I'll call enhanced applications that county departments come to leverage for their operations right now, we still need to be able to source that information and access it. So we're working towards a path now how we can efficiently do that and cost effectively do that. So they're working on a couple different options. There's an API thrown out there. Presently, they don't have a price for that. We can look at scheduled exports of data. I'm not a fan of that because the ultimate goal of this is trying to remove our on-prem footprint of that solution. That's where we're going to be able to essentially maximize savings, if you will, by moving to this. I don't think we should look at this as there's probably not going to be a way to save money by moving to this platform, but it's a way to control our cost or even plateau our cost going forward. So if anybody has questions about that, I can answer those questions.
Mr. Barber.
Yeah, Eric, thanks for the report.
Yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. How often do you reach out to the townships and everything and discuss IT things with them?
Not as much as we should.
I would strongly encourage every department in this county, instead of sitting in their office, going out and talking, because the impression at the townships, there's a general dislike from the townships towards us because we only come around a couple of times, a year or every 2 years, and typically that's when we're asking for money. So those relationships don't occur on those encounters, right? It's continuous. So, and they're not IT experts either, like you are, right? So with you talking to the person who just got elected as the clerk for the township or whatever, talking about IT instead of some contractor talking to them about IT would probably be very beneficial to those townships.
Sure, absolutely. There's a lot of relatable topics that we can talk about and help each other.
Commissioner Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to the BCNSA software, removing the server from, or the need for the server here, how much do those servers cost that?
So what we're leveraging right now is it's a virtual server. So it's not impossible to put a cost per server in our environment. We're licensed up to 200. So the fixed cost of what it takes to operate that, I guess you could divide our cost by 200. I don't know what that number is off the top of my head. But a lot of the other value added in that is when we're moving to a new platform, that by moving, say, BSNA off of that, which has a big data footprint, we don't need to spec the next series of equipment to have that compute, to have that storage footprint, or the database licensing. The problem that we're having, it's not a problem, it's just a challenge, right? But to move to cloud is the drain assessing module that they have. BSNA currently does not have a path forward to move that to the cloud. So presently, we still have to have a footprint, a server, a database on-prem for that data. The data footprint will get smaller, so we won't have to grow, but we are actively working with a third-party vendor who we've worked with for other drain functions and things in the prosecuting attorney's office to work at, see if they can develop a new solution going forward that would be a replacement for the .NET, because as I know it today, BSNA does not have a path forward in their portfolio to bring or support BSNA, the drain assessing .NET long-term.
We can't be the only county out there that would have that issue, right, with BCNet?
No, we're definitely not. So I had a meeting with the vendor that we're looking at to source this. We brought in the Drain Commissioner's Office staff, as well as Spicer Group, to try to work together of trying to build kind of a needs assessment of what is needed going forward. But the vendor that we're working with is also working with other counties in the state of Michigan to see what is the viability of building this, what is the solution going forward. Because just like you said, Eaton County is not alone in this issue. It's going to be any BSNA customer that's on that drain.net application.
Okay, yeah, it seems kind of bold to sunset a service that you have and then force a move but not be able to provide the same services. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, the other unfortunate part is I've asked multiple times if they could provide a sunset date for that technology, and to date they have not done that. It's 2 years, 3 years, but nothing confirmed or concrete of when that sunset date actually is.
I think the public should know that Eric's a master when it comes to working with these vendors, so we're fortunate to have you kind of fighting the good fight for us. Thank you.
Takes a whole team, it's just not me.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay, Commissioner Barber just brought something up that our director here said back to him, a good answer, which is Commissioner Barber wanted our director to go out to different townships to talk about technology. I'm going to go back to when I went to college and went away to college, and all my friends kept wanting me to run around and talk to them, but I also was busy. So I would think that if it's true that the townships have that vision of us, that maybe Mr. Daly would set up a time when they could all come here. We can get out the tables in the center where it's not so formal, and we can have a conversation on some of our new technology skills and why we're in need of upgrades, what you can offer to individuals, how they could make a phone call, because I don't really think that you're going to have a lot of time to run around all the townships with all the stuff that we're doing here. So I don't want any of our department heads to have to say, well, maybe we should go out to them. Maybe they should also come to us in a collaborative effort, and whether that's wanting to understand changes at the court, staffing issues, these type of things, that might be a situation where we can build better relationships, but at least in a constricted time that our department people have available.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I could add to that, I mean, that's something maybe we could bridge, both sides of that of, depending, we'd have to work through this, but, even building some kind of listserv, between our local units in the county of just bridging that communication and starting that where it doesn't necessarily have to be a time-consuming, meet at a certain place to start out, but just kind of, open that line of communication for everybody to just talk and start formulating that. I would definitely be open to that as a start.
Okay, I'm not the boss here. I'm just saying whatever fits. If that's what Commissioner Barber is seeing out in his area,
Sure.
I don't feel that I have that situation with Delta.
It really becomes, staffing commitments, what we have.
Yeah, that's what
committee,
I'm saying.
What that future would look like, to engage in more work, anyways. We are busy, but we are, part of the community as well and work with others. But the reality is we have to be able to, work on our own core, function as well.
And obviously, for what it's worth, Eric works for administration, so I hear you. We've been going to communities and having lots of discussions and sharing what we can in terms of like resources. Currently, the only contractual service agreement we have is with the health department. And a few communities have approached us, but we've had discussions about if you're modeling yourself to be a service provider of technology, that means you have to have a staff model built out kind of to what you're talking about, Jeannie. I like the idea of listserv communications, right? Similar to what I have with administrators. I believe county IT administrators have it. But in that case, it's really a brain trust. It's not the county facilitating it. It's Delta's IT guy might jump in, we could jump in, and it's just an opportunity for everybody with that job function within our local municipalities to weigh into it. I would say, I think the meetings are gonna be talked about under Logan's update, but we never did these meetings, to my understanding, ever before. We started doing them because Controller Sobey acknowledged that we had no relationship with the locals, and to Barbara's point, they didn't like us. Partially, it's because they didn't know us. I'm not saying they would have liked us had they known us at the time, but at least they would have known they didn't like us because they met with us, they talked to us, and they tried to see if we could help them. We've been really able to facilitate a lot of positive discussions. We're looking at questions on property. Logan's going to go into it in detail and stuff, but yeah, I think there's a level of the county should long-term be in a position to facilitate the success of our locals, I would say that's probably the biggest drop off of the county. We were so fixated in not dealing with our own stuff that it left us in a position to not have capacity to help locals that really need it. So I appreciate the feedback. I'll definitely take it under advisement, and we've got a number of meetings to go to as well, so we'll keep our ears open for what other locals might have need for too, that we might be able to assist.
All right, Commissioner Barber.
Yes, just to clarify, and this is not a personal attack on Commissioner Wright. It's pretty elitist point of view to think that they need to come to us, in my opinion. Once again, not a personal attack, but I think over many years, that's the reason why we're in this position when the administration goes to these townships and it's hostile and they don't like us. That's the reason.
Commissioner Mott.
Well, Ben took away my talking points, but that's okay. No, that's great. And that's the reason, when we're not talking, then we have problems with, I don't care what relationship it is. And that's what we acknowledged when Controller Sobey took over, and then I became chair at the same time. It was like, we've got to do something, and that's what we have with these town halls. And although I'd like to see more of them, and we have them when I think an issue arises where it deals specifically with townships in the county, but they're well received, and they're appreciative that we reached out to them, and they come here, and that, we talk about what's going on in here at the county and some specific topics, but it's wide open to them to talk about, or anything that they have on their mind, or issues that they're dealing with. So it's good communication. I think hopefully it continues forever, and we can always improve on it. But
All right, Commissioner Christensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to kind of echo off of Chairman Mott and Commissioner Barber. When I first attended my Eaton Township, which my district is split into two, when I first attended the very first Eaton Township meeting with Commissioner Drosha, the one thing they said to me was, "Will you be back after the meeting?" And I said, "Well, yeah." And I was kind of confused, and they said, "Well, we don't always see someone from District 12, so we appreciate that." And that stuck with me on the fact that I don't care what district any one of us that sits up here represents. We are all here to represent the county, and the people want transparency, they want communication, they want to know that we are here for them, not just to see them, as someone said, when we want more money. So I personally feel that I think it's a good thing that we get out and we, even as departments, commissioners, whatever, and visit the other areas and let them know that we are here, we are listening, we do care. Communication and transparency are key in this.
Commissioner Hart.
I'm not going to echo Jim Mott so much as to say that the chairman has stolen my talking points, but keep it short. It was much appreciated how Controller Dawson and everyone else addressed the Onondaga Township Board of Trustees on Tuesday, and he did a wonderful job and saved me a lot of trouble myself, so thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it is important, the discussions that have been being had around the millage renewals. I think that's very important. I would just like to publicly add, I think that the other reports that have been being made are very valuable. I think they're being overshadowed by the millage discussions. I think it's important that this is something, to Commissioner Barber's point, that's done frequently. And I think the discussion is, how do we add value to the local units so that we can really build those bridges. And our technology services department is phenomenal. If they don't win awards, they probably should, right? They do a fantastic job, and I think the spirit of the conversation should be, how do we take what we do so well and add value to the townships and the villages and the cities? And it's going to be different for each one of them, and I'm sure that the administration can find ways to continue to do that and to continue to do it better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anyone else? Well, Eric, you've got a lot of direction here.
Thank you.
Thank you for your report. All right, we are on to item F, Human Resources Administrator's Report.
Welcome up, Susan.
Yes, Susan, welcome. Please introduce yourself.
I will. Good morning, Commissioners. Again, my name is Susan Nealing, and I'm the new HR Administrator here for Eaton County. I just want to say it's been a pleasure getting to know most of you, all of you, over the past month and a half. And as this is my first meeting to present at Ways and Means, I wanted to provide you with a brief summary of why this HR Administrator is key to Eaton County and what initiative goals we plan to focus on. So I would like to extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the board for your support in approving this position within Eaton County. Your investment in this role demonstrates a clear commitment to strengthening our operations and ensuring we have the necessary infrastructure to support our workforce effectively. So by providing the support, the board has enabled human resources responsibilities to operate more efficiently and consistently. Just as importantly, this decision reflects the understanding that strong administrative HR support is not just operational, it is foundational to organizational success. This position will provide the operational framework necessary to support and sustain all human resources functions. It not only focuses on strategy and workforce planning, but it also plays a critical compliance role regarding employment laws, reporting requirements, and internal policies, which reduces legal and financial risk. The HR Administrator is responsible for ensuring the reliable and consistent execution of daily activities that support employees and HR operations. So we are grateful for your confidence in this investment, and we are committed to ensuring the HR Administrator role delivers meaningful value and contributions across the organization. So I'd like to report now that HR staffing levels are currently stable and able to support the day-to-day operations. In the past month, we have filled 14 positions. We have had 6 resignations or retirements. 3 of those retirements are within the Sheriff's Office for June and July. We currently have 8 positions posted. 6 of these positions are the reoccurring vacancies that Ben has been reporting out. So our vacancy average for the month of June is at 6.43%. And then we do have an action item requested. We have 4 positions that need to be authorized by this committee for central dispatch. The one is the emergency management manager. Second is the emergency specialist. Third is a dispatch supervisor, and the 4th is a public safety telecommunicator. Some of these vacancies are as a result of resignation, retirement, and then promotions. And I'm going to have to defer to as to the proper format in which those get approved.
Yep, and we talked about this not being one of the Ways and Means work items to split off from the report, because it is literally just a motion reauthorizing the budgeted positions so that the department can move forward with filling the vacancies or evaluating them.
So, Mr. Chair, are you looking for a motion to reauthorize the positions?
Sorry, say
I said, are you looking for a motion to reauthorize the positions?
that we want to do.
Yeah, and I'd like to add context for some of it, for sure. But yeah, if you guys do, I can do the
You want to
discussion.
make a motion so we can put this up for, okay, move and support, now we can have discussion on it.
So part of this includes, we previously communicated, but emergency manager Ryan Wilkinson turned in his resignation a couple weeks ago, so his last day was June 4th. Thankful for his 8 years of service and position he was able to put the county in from a policy preparedness standpoint and the foundation he put together. Long-term, he had given us notice about 3 years ago that he was going to leave in 3 years, so true to his word. And we actually added Ella's position to build capacity and have the handoff capacity for that department with his departure. Happy to report, we did an internal interview with Chair Mott, Commissioner Haskell, and members of the Controller's Office and Central Dispatch. With Ella, she was expressed interest in taking up the role as emergency manager, and she's been fulfilling that on an interim basis. We reauthorized this position. I would be promoting her to that role. She brings with her not just the years of experience, 3 years with us, and having a familiarity with our footprint of emergency management. She's got a bachelor's in public health admin, emergency management, graduate of Emergency Management Basic Academy, and holds following certificates. She's a CEM, Certified Emergency Manager, Professional Emergency Manager, as well as a lot of relevant coursework from intermediate ICS and incident management, to name a few. So we're committed and have seen a seamless transition. Very happy to see the work going in between organizing that group under dispatch and then also transitioning between emergency managers. So for that portion, that's the request.
Any comments, Commissioner Shaver?
So we're just talking about the first position here, or are we talking about all four of these positions?
All four. So the public, well, all four are typically always just approved as the clearinghouse.
One question, three of them, I think I've got a really good understanding on. The specialist that is being vacated, that position, I'm thinking about this historically, and I haven't been here that long, full disclosure. So this is a question. From my memory, that position was created to be able to backfill this position when it was vacated for the most part. And that is a general fund position?
No, actually, so part of the reason I requested the restructure, the whole department is now under 911 millage.
Okay.
So,
okay.
But it's a good discussion to have. So we were talking as part of the transition planning of sitting down and evaluating that role specifically, because part of it is over the last 3 years, we have a bigger footprint in emergency management than we used to because the capacity that was added. So the question is finding what is our ideal footprint strategically for the county. Like you can have as much as little as you want, depending what you're willing to pay for it. So we're gonna have those discussions. So authorizing it just means that if we do go to fill it or come back with a restructure, it's already authorized. But we would be evaluating that before we post the position.
So all four of these, just to be clear, are funded from the 911 millage?
You are correct.
Okay.
Yep, yep.
Commissioner Barber.
Yes, I would like to ask the administrator, how come Chairman Mott and Commissioner Haskell did the interview and the public safety chair wasn't part of that?
It happened.
So is that political? Is it political or what is it? Because you left the public safety chair out and that committee, those positions fall under public safety.
Okay, it certainly wasn't political. It happened really quickly. And as it goes, I'll be honest, I am human. So absolute, Frank, I apologize. I should have included you in that process. I meant no disrespect. But I'll be clear, storms happen every single day and they happen quick. So when I'm put in a position where I need to have somebody available to step up, I step up as quickly as I can. If that's gonna mean that there's an oversight and I could have done it better, open to the feedback. But you rely on me to make those calls so that when a storm hits a community, there's somebody ready to coordinate with the National Weather Service to make sure, did the alert go off? Why didn't it go off? That's what we do. So.
I agree with all your statements.
All right.
Public safety chair is there for a reason.
Okay.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay, so last month at my Michigan Association of Counties Health and Human Services, because of all of these storms, when they were under legislative updates, the conversation of emergency managers, just about the time Ryan left, came up. And this is a statewide committee. So several counties were on that legislative update, and I want to tell you right now, there was some counties that had eye-opening comments about emergency management people. So I was really happy that I didn't realize it because I haven't been on public safety, that we had a backup for when Ryan actually turned his 2-week notice. Because the biggest thing is it got into such a conversation about the responsibilities of the emergency manager, like Ben, you are saying, with the weather, updates from the National Weather Service and stuff, that the chair immediately becomes the emergency manager in those counties who have not been able to secure an emergency manager. So we got into such a conversation that I ended up suggesting that maybe a good breakout session for our next MAC statewide conversation would be going over aspects of the emergency management position and what happens in counties who haven't been able to secure proper staffing and things like that, what is needed for proper staffing, credentialing, and all these other type things that you just rattled off. So I'm hoping when we go to replace the next person that we're saying go ahead and do, that some of those credentialings and backgrounds are very visible during the applicant's interviews, so that we do have a succession plan, because I'm gonna tell you, it got pretty hairy at that meeting.
Yeah.
So I understand what, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barber, but I just remember how it went south with that statewide committee. So.
Commissioner Christensen.
I just have a question, and I apologize, I don't remember her name, but, I'm sorry?
Ella?
Yes, thank you, sorry. Being Ella took over for Ryan, and then Director Flynn has that same background and training, am I correct there? Okay. Thank you for that. Do we necessarily, and just a generic question, do we necessarily have to replace his position or Ella's position if she's moving up?
I would say, yeah, administratively, absolutely Brian's position. It would be a question about footprint. So I'd like to get the opportunity to evaluate that. We won't fill the position until we've had the discussions about what does this look like going forward? Because there is synergy that's already built in the 3 weeks that's gone through. So they've been able to get on schedules where if it's a event that Francis, Kelly, and Ella aren't all staying up simultaneously to monitor the weather. So, you can have a round crew so that if you have an event that lasts 5 days, they're not all haggard and exhausted and more prone to make mistakes. That's a very smart way to do it. And that's just baseline. We've been able to put that in place. There's a lot of social media communication that's a part of emergency coordinated response. We've been able to tighten up that the message you see on emergency management's Facebook page and Insta are the same that you're going to get from 911. So we're building on that. There may be a piece where we come back and we do want to fill the emergency specialist for the reasons that you had mentioned in terms of having the backup. And then the other piece is that would give us capacity to do more trainings with school districts, fire drills here, tornado drills here, and engaging directly with communities more. We had a very policy-heavy focus, I'd say, over the past 3 years. And then speaking to Barbara's point, I'd like to see more out and engaging and building capacity for emergency response in the communities. So those are the discussions we've had so far. So I'd even take the 3. If you want to leave the 1 on hold, we can leave it there. And then once we come back with a plan, we can talk to you all about it then if you'd like an update before authorizing.
My motion is for all 4, and I'd like to leave it that way.
Okay.
My support as well.
Any other comments, questions? All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, Susan, you're up again.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to update the board as previously passed regarding the changes in the benefits for payout of earned sick leave upon retirement or death. I have been able to successfully receive back 6 out of the 7 letters of agreement from the various unions, and we're just waiting on one more. So I just wanted to give you an update on that. That was passed before, predates me, but then the execution of that was right about the time when I started. So I'm following up with that last union to see if that's something that they are agreeable to. Any questions about the LOA?
I see no questions.
Okay, thank you. And then as the HR administrator, I wanted to let you know just a few of the key functions that I am working on, which include recruitment, onboarding, employee relations, performance management, benefits administration, compliance, and workforce planning. So some of the strategic priorities will be to ensure workforce capacity aligns with the organizational growth and strategic objectives, maintain compliance with employment laws, policies, and training requirements, assist leadership with workforce planning and performance management activities, and lastly, streamline HR processes to establish clear expectations and improve organizational understanding while advancing HR technology solutions to increase efficiency and effectiveness. So just a few challenges and risks that come with that is that the competitive labor market continues to impact recruitment for certain positions, and then the ongoing need to develop and retain high-performing employees. So in closing, Human Resources remains focused on ensuring the organization has the talent, leadership capacity, and workforce stability needed to achieve its strategic goals. While recruitment and retention challenges continue in certain areas, we are actively implementing strategies to attract, develop, and retain employees, mitigate workforce risks, and support long-term success. We will continue to monitor staffing trends and provide recommendations to the board to ensure our workforce remains aligned with future organizational needs. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Susan. I guess that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
All righty, moving on to item G, Public and Governmental Affairs Director Report.
Hello, Commissioners. A couple of quick updates for you today. I have no action items. Real quick, at the beginning of this meeting, we had some live streaming trouble, some tech trouble. I'm talking with Jason in the meantime, and there's some camera issue too. I think it has to do with the storms a little bit and if the power fluctuated at all. So we are looking into that. But those watching at home, which I think we have around 25 folks that were watching this meeting right now, there was some error in the beginning, so it started a bit late to them, but they didn't miss any of the presentation. Just wanted to flag that. All right, a couple of quick updates for you. I think in your packet are the platform data and insights. As per usual, for the social stuff, I did give a 6-month snapshot, just so you have that. Main efforts from my office is that accessibility work is a major focus. I've been working with individual offices, continuing to train them, going through their sites, how we can continue to address some of those identified accessibility challenges and issues that we have. Thank you to all the offices that have directly reached out to me, and sorry to those that I've poked and prodded and showed up at your office to have discussions about it. But really, it's a bit of a crawl. We're going through each web page, all the documentation, the archive, different things, to get an understanding of where we're still falling short even with that doc access, but really more, the doc access is covering us, but if that platform disappears, if we decide not to pay for that again, starting October 1, we need to try and come into compliance. We need to be as close as possible and doing our best effort to do that, and so far we've been very successful in that, and we're also trying to standardize our department, essentially, web pages. We don't have a centralized system of management. Every department is in control and manages their own sites, and that's why you see different levels of compliance from accessibility, but also from the standpoint of trying to get a more consistent experience for residents, whether they're trying to pay for something, learn about something, or access a service. And so long-term, we want every webpage to kind of reflect those same standards of clarity and accuracy and accessibility. So it's a slow process, but we're working towards it. Any questions on that front?
See any.
All right, and also you will see Civic Plus, AudioEye Insights as per usual from those web pages. One thing I will call out is the largest contentful paint is what it's called. These metrics on each individual page. This is also, when I talk about accessibility, I'm also talking about clarity. And so if you look at different scores, this is no fault to any one department or any of these web pages, but some have higher scores, some have lower scores. A lot of that has to do is how fast are things loading? What is the diversity of content on there? Why are servers or why is the internet struggling to actually fully load these for folks? That's where you see a lot of the stresses or those negative insights happen where folks are clicking around and can't access things. This gives me a waypoint to talk, okay, this office's pages, we need to address this much more quickly. And sometimes it's our news flashes. Sometimes if there's a large press release or if there's a lot of attachments associated with it or links associated with it, you have bad load times, you have folks getting frustrated and bailing out of it. And so we need to continue to monitor that. I just wanted to highlight we're able to look at URL performance per page too and per module. And so slowly but surely we're moving in the right direction. A couple other quick updates, appropriations and legislative update. I had reported before that I had talked to the BURN team, which is the BURN discretional grant for the security funding through Congressman Barrett's office and the federal government. Now the Bureau of Justice Assistance, who's ahead of them, I was able to connect with them. They connected with me because there was a moment there where we thought the notice of funding opportunity, which is what we're waiting for to be able to access those funds, it seemed like it was out there and then it was gone, and a couple through those same subcommittee had published already. They did reassure me again that it is imminent, the release of funds, but they would not commit to a timeline. They do not know when we'll see those yet, but should be this year. And I know that's frustrating for Director Daley and Powers as they're gearing up to implement some of these changes. And some of them are larger scale, and as they're planning their budgets also to know where to leverage those funds. But that's the update there. As for our appropriations asks, at the state level, animal control shelter for $2.5 million and bank intercounty drain for $10 million. Those are still active and being sponsored through the appropriations process. And at the federal level, rural community facilities grant for an animal control shelter, the max we are able to get being in Charlotte is $1.375 million. That is active, and it looks very promising. Oddly enough, Congressman Barrett and Senator Peters are working closely to determine different paths for that funding, as well as for bank intercounty drain. Although the request for the $10 million was made to the federal government there, it was reduced to around $1 million. However, part of that has to do with that coordination and collaboration from the House and Senate level as they look to see where they might be able to leverage funds in different spots. So we'll see what that looks like. Obviously, nobody should be holding their breath for this, but it is nice to see. I've also been working with Senator Peters' office and their Director of Federal Grants, Procurement, and Strategic Initiatives. They connected me with her to discuss other funding opportunities for some of the initiatives we did not get any funding for, from infrastructure to just general project funding. I haven't had a chance to talk to the controller really about this, but it was a good conversation, a good work session. We're going to try and continue to see if some of these other funding opportunities are worthwhile for us to spend time on and to actually take on. And final thing on that appropriation and legislative process, Congressman Barrett's office is also working with our state representatives and state offices around that drain code efforts that Controller Dawson and myself have worked on with Angela Whitwer's office. They are trying to be as simpatico as they can, looking to see how they can actually address some of those issues and specifically some of those financial inroads that we need to make in terms of how we pay for our drains. Again, don't hold your breath for any of this, but it's been good conversation and good work is being done, at least a concerted effort. Any questions on that?
That was very in-depth. You lost all of us.
Yeah, I know. Last thing here I wanted to touch on is the community outreach piece. So we've been going around to cities, township, villages. Sometimes it's a couple of us. Sometimes we have to split off depending on what it is. I think was that this week or last week, there was 3 meetings in one. And shout out to Commissioner Shaver. I still don't understand how you're able to hit all of these meetings. It's really fun to watch you give a great presentation and then really literally sprint out the door. It's impressive work. But we have several more to go. We've also been speaking at different chamber meetings and group meetings. We've been invited to several more. We're excited to continue that work. Central Dispatch and the courts have done a great job doing the same. And, you know, to Commissioner Barber's point, it's my hope, and let me just say, when we go talk about these millages, and sometimes you're right, it is often overshadowed, Commissioner Shaver, but we're talking about the state of the county at this point. What are we focused on? What are our goals? Because we don't want to come to them again like we did a couple years back and say, hey, we're on a financial cliff. Sorry, we didn't tell you. We need help. We want to know how they can help us, how we can help them, and I'm hoping that my position can be a better catalyst to try and make that happen. We've been going around giving these presentations, talking about not just the millages, but the county in general, and I've had amazing conversations and been able to follow through with a couple of work projects and such from Sunfield Township to Chester Township, Grand Ledge by way of being at the Oneida meeting, being able to talk to a few folks, getting work done, hanging things that haven't been addressed in a long time, and by and large, that everybody's just, well, thank you just for being here to have that conversation with us, and the county should endeavor to try and do that as much as we can. And I've been able to offer service around grant writing, grant review for several municipalities and entities within those municipalities, and that's been great feedback and great collaboration, and I know that when we need that help too, they can reciprocate that. So that has been meaningful discussions, meaningful work being done between local units, and we need to make it happen more. To the point of the listserv, as I've been going around talking to the cities and townships, that has been part of the conversation of let's not just where the county sends a blanket newsletter out. That's not what I mean. It's more around let's have open communication back and forth, and we can have a group to see what that looks like. Now, whether we sub that out for just IT or just whatever it might be, I don't know what that's going to look like. We got a lot of infrastructure and work to build what those communications look like, but I look forward to trying to do that and to try to balance my time in my office, especially as my role's expanded, to focus on the local units and what those relationships should be.
Any questions for Logan?
I have a question, Logan. We went to a different system, didn't we, at each department where it says communications or something at eatoncounty.org?
Oh, we have, that's just, so sometimes you'll get a blind copy of the commissioners on a press thing that might have gone out, or if there's an emergency incident where there's information I know that we need to get out to you or a department wants to get out to you, we have a communication email. Part of that has to do with cybersecurity, part of that just has to do with multiple people can monitor that email address. So I obviously have it. I think Controller Dawson has it, access to that inbox. Claudine does, just to make sure residents often submit questions.
That's where the question came up. It was not me. It was ask of me, okay? So I go, well, we went to a new system, and they go, yeah, but I sent an email, and I didn't get a response. Do you think you can ask somebody at the county if they got it?
Yeah, let's talk after. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Logan? All right.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on to item number H, Finance Director Report. Melissa, I think you're up.
I am. So I have a few reports today for you. The very first one is our health insurance report. This report is a little bit longer this time than it has been the last couple of meetings, partially because we did actually receive our second quarter settlement, so I wanted to include the data for that. So that does include half of our settlement data for the fiscal year, so that is a pretty accurate picture of our position as we sit right now for health insurance. There's some comparative reports and some graphs. So if you have any questions or would like to see more data on that, let me know. But I will mention that our expenses are a little bit higher than they were last year at this time, so I'll be continuing to monitor this, but it's not outside of the realm of normal for this time of year.
Question, Melissa.
Yes, sir.
You said the expenses were a little higher. Just basically, what's the cause for that?
Somebody's going to the doctor more. The increased expenses right now are in our facility and professional services costs. Obviously, our fixed costs are higher this year than they were last year, but it really comes back to somebody's going to the
So
doctor.
it's not driven by the provider, it's driven by,
It's driven by use.
yeah, okay, all right, thank you. Any questions for Melissa on that report? All right, carry on.
All right, so my next report for you is our Child Care Fund report. This is through the month of April. Based on current estimates, our ending fund balance will be approximately $1.25 million, ending this fiscal year. And that means that we do not need to sustain operations with additional general fund contributions. So I am very pleased with that. And this does align with what we projected for the budget. So.
Questions? Commissioner Shaver?
Yeah, just for clarity, these are the funds that help pay for the youth facility?
These funds are the expenses from the youth facility, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
You're on a roll.
All right. So my last report before you today is our financial report for the general fund. I will let you know that all of our board-approved budget amendments have been included. So you'll see an increase in our capital outlay. That is because of the mobile command unit and budget amendments associated with that, as well as all the other budget amendments we have done. Expenditures and revenues are exactly as we were anticipating, so I do not see any anomalies on that. Are there any questions?
Seeing none.
All right, then that concludes my presentations.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Moving on to item 10, our second limited public comment. Would anyone like to address this board? No volunteers. I'm not going to pick any volunteers, so we'll move on from there. On to item 11, Ways and Means Committee action items. Item A, Raymond Grant Administrator appointment.
I can speak to this, but really this is new processes in place with the remonumentation, so they need a authorizing resolution naming not just a position, but a person to act as the grant administrator on behalf of the county. So that's what this is, naming Melissa, and we will have to do this every subsequent year we have, well, assuming Melissa's.
Yeah, we don't have to do a new resolution appointing anybody unless it's no longer Melissa. So if we want to transfer that power to somebody else, we would have to do a new resolution. But we don't have to change it again unless it's somebody different.
Support.
All right, and this changes because,
It's always been a requirement of the act, but per the state of Michigan, we've never formally turned in the documentation for it, as several other communities. It's a new person at the state. They're going through all of the files and all of the administration, and it's just something they found in the files that communities were not doing, so they're reaching out and asking communities to do it to update the files at the state.
so Melissa, how often do you have to report for this new position?
Unfortunately, more frequently than I'd like. Lots more signatures.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yes, right.
Motion moved and seconded. Any other comments, questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, item B, employee remote work contract renewal.
This is just an update, so we are coming up on the 1 year out with Miss Liz Welby, working out of South Carolina. This would just be authorizing us to renew that, so we had initially done like a 1 year trial to try it out. We were able to get all the stuff in place so we could make sure the tax infrastructure was in place. Ultimately, because the employee, when they work out of state, it's on them to reconcile back to their local taxes. I think we've resolved that to her liking, and she's interested to stick around. And I think if Eric, you have any questions, Eric and I are here, but She's done a great job, still being of tremendous use to the department and flexible in what she can do. And because of the nature of the work, there's so much that can be done without having to be on site if you're not a tech specialist, having to do in-person IT support. So we'd like to renew that.
I make a motion to extend Liz Walby's contract.
Support.
Moved and supported. So how many on-site office hours is she required to have?
We were thinking 15 days, right, Eric? Is that what you guys had talked about? I'm kidding. That might be a deal breaker.
I think we'll get a call from Liz here in a minute. All right, any other discussion on this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All righty, and then item C, are we gonna address that at all?
I'll only mention it in passing. That will be coming up at a future meeting, but it is related to a request for restructuring for tech services. We had set up for the agreement with the Barry Eaton District Health Department to drop off and cease to be in place. We were doing a complete transition of them off of our server technology and equipment so that they would have their own IT footprint. We've had discussions about, well, can we continue to make this work? What does this look like? We've had discussions about procurement process at IT, so I don't want to get ahead of it. We are looking at if we have the capacity in Eric's office to maintain this work, we can use the dollars that we're not going to eliminate. We've right now negotiated to about $197,000, so it's a 5% increase, plus they would be paying for a dedicated on-call spot for 24-hour on-call services. Members of you sit on the Barry Eaton District Health, so you'll also have this discussion with Rebecca in the coming weeks. That's why we left it off, because both boards need to be briefed on it. I think we are at the point before we're just working out some HIPAA and then liability share language, just in case there's a cybersecurity incident. So we'll need to work through that before we bring anything up, but that's why it's struck.
Any questions on that? All right, and on to item D, restructuring request technology services. Welcome back, Eric.
First off, thank you for extending Liz's remote work access. Much appreciated. So Ben, I don't know how you want to start this.
Yeah, you can maybe do high-level overview, generally how we got to where we're at footprint-wise and what we're proposing, and then we can jump in together. Yep.
Sure. So the department structure is put together circa, I guess, 2014 was the last time that we really had a job study, salary adjustments for the position. So current workload is we've exceeded what we were designed for 2014. We've talked about this time and time again at different meetings, different departments. The utilization of technology services as an integral part of most county operations here today, and the use of technology, we've expanded our footprint, if you will, our capacity for staff. So also talking about job descriptions that were developed in 2014. They're very dated. So even when we have to go to market for a new position, they are dated. They are not reflective of current job titles. They're not reflective of job duties as well. So the proposal that's before you is kind of a twofold proposal. First part is adjusting job titles to market conditions and actually work needed and performed within the organization as it stands today, and I'd say in the next 3 to 5 years. I would want to go past 5 years just because needs change quite frequently. But as the proposed org structure before you kind of strategically placed as a new position that I'm requesting is a help desk manager. I'm not stuck on the title, but that's kind of what market indicates is the best fit for that. But essentially that position will be centric to moving forward to handle the day-to-day triage tasks that the department faced that are quite frankly a distraction to your network administrator, your current network administrator team, the administration, that this is a much needed position going forward for operations and continuity of operations, honestly, that we have a singular person that has a management role, if you will, that works with that tier 1 team. So that's your first questions, your phone calls, I need a password reset, my computer won't start, I'm having a printer issue. That position is the go-to position for that. Also part of the restructuring is we're going to have a phone tree in place. So when somebody calls, it goes to remind that person, please submit a support ticket to our support address. That way we're not bogged down with phone calls and working with that favorite tech person. It goes to a essentially steering position that they can assign the appropriate person to create efficiencies to handle that ticket in an expedited manner. The other two positions that I want to focus on today is two reclassification positions. One is a procurement and an admin assist position. That is going to be needed to steer away some of those currently that position handles a lot of the day-to-day help desk support tickets. Going forward, that position is going to be crucial for procurement, the future vision of technology services, moving forward and managing all tech-related contracts, procurements, things of that nature. That position is going to be integral in working with me in identifying, inventorying, and working with vendors, working with future procurement policies and procedures, RFPs, scheduling, budgetary stuff. That position is going to be integral in making that successful. The other reclassification is taking one of the currently 3 field services technicians and moving that into an application administrator position. That position will be primary of basically the liaison between end users and our third-party application support contracts. So anytime that there's as we move into more hosted services and features with clients, that position will be needed to be that middle person and being the liaison between vendor and application. Also, that position will serve as a backup to the proposed help desk administrator position. So in the event that that person is absent for vacation or various reasons, we have a built-in backup for that position. And that way it's not reliant, again, on other team members and a distraction from their core functions to basically create inefficiencies in what we need to do. So any questions? I feel like I'm rambling.
I think it was good. I'd add for the procurement piece, if just covering it in depth, but I talked about it a little bit, was changing that secondary software systems would transition back, not back, but retain to IT, so they would be the ones negotiating that. It's no criticism on any one department, but when you have people whose job it is and knows how to apply leverage and pressure and talk to those firms, we think that that may be a long-term strategy to help reduce some of our IT expenses if we kind of build that capacity in a corner of the county and consolidate it there. So that's part of the procurement piece. Would also be all the administrative offices, we would do it, and we would approach the electeds offices and ask them if they'd be good with transitioning that to Eric, which I imagine most of them would be, because he's so good at it, but that's built into this.
Any other questions for Eric? Commissioner Wright.
So, Eric, are we going to get names on these squares so I know where everybody went?
I have another version of that.
Oh, thank you.
But for today, it's sending it to the consultant to evaluate what it would actually come out. We have some proposed, but if the consultant says it's a 10 and not an 11, or a 6 instead of a 7, and then we would come back with actual financial figures so that you can assess what the cost would be.
Eric, this restructuring, does this create any vacant positions?
It did not. Well, it won't create a vacant position, I guess. The intent is we have other positions, other staff that I guess in theory, will be able to move up into these other positions. So I guess, yes, there will be a vacant position, in theory, in a lower tier in the structure that we hope to fill.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
Yes. Commissioner Mudry.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, Ben, Claudine, did you have input into this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Eric's really good about feedback with the controller's office, walking through. Susan, actually, I started the football, and we got halfway down the field, Susan picked it up because got to delegate so that I have time to work on other stuff, and having Susan's been great. She was able to help Eric get it over the finish lines today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll move to send it to the consultant for review.
Support.
Okay, moved and supported. Any further discussion? Yeah. So if this goes forward,
Frank.
sorry, Frank.
Yes, I just have one
This-
question. Is this to put in place, kind of to take care of now, and how much is to build into the future you anticipate would help out with this type of thing?
That's a great question. It definitely helps. This by no means is going to fix long-term. That's why I say this is a good 3 to 5 year plan. Depending on where we go, where the growth structure is, where other directives come from, we're definitely going to need more staff, especially if we want to look into further, other external services or where other departments may take us in the future. We're definitely going to need to look towards, potential growth of the department. And a lot of the work that we're having to do today on a day-to-day, our busy work, a lot of it is dictated by audit compliances that often have unfunded mandates. So our audit compliances, they take a tremendous amount of time for our staff to complete and work through that. So as those evolve and change too, dictates, our ability to have enough hours in the day. But I do want to add too that this model here, I do want to reiterate that I hope that in the future, the board still does consider this as, breaking out, if you will, or a salary study increase. I've had a lot of conversations with my staff with this proposal. They like the idea, but they're understanding that this is, hopefully step one of a multi-step process to be able to elevate, real-time compensation for the market that's out there. They're willing to sacrifice. They love working here. They do a phenomenal job for you, but you do have some positions here that are quite under market pay conditions right now. So they're willing to, work. We all work together to build this model. The positions are needed to help alleviate some of the workload that they have now, but in hopes that it is up for consideration for a salary study long term.
Okay, any other questions? All right. If this passes, then what's the next step in this?
Very similar to the drain office's request. I'll send them to our consultant with municipal consulting. They will evaluate them, send back, and then we would include them in next month under how this is structured. Probably right here, under Ways and Means Committee action items if we do the same structure next month.
So we should be able to complete that within 30 days.
That would be, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I'd be surprised. Sometimes if he's right in the middle of doing a large salary study, he's a little slower because he's smack dab in a big project, but typically he's always able to get a turnaround before the next month.
All right, very good. Any other questions? All right, we'll put it to a vote then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? There you go, Eric.
Thank you for the continued support. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, do we need to take a break before we move on to item 12? You'd appreciate that?
I say keep pushing.
All right. Let's take another 10-minute break.
What?
Oh, it was funny.
See, that's what's political.
All right, we will resume our meeting. Hopefully that's the last break we'll need to take. And we are on to, excuse me, item 12, 25, 26 budget amendments.
There are none in your packet. However, we did have the budget amendments that were passed when you did the BSNA update. That will be included for the board, but there's nothing to do currently.
All right, thank you, Melissa. Item 13, policy updates.
I'll be brief. We met in the purchasing work group. It was a very small amount of us that met, but we just kind of talked about the procurement discussion that we just had related to Mr. Daly's office. We'll still continue to do those meetings. The fund balance policy will be item on the special meeting on June 26th that we have scheduled, so that will be next Friday, the 26th. It's not in Civic Clerk yet. We will be entering it soon, but it was part of the budget schedule, which is published and on the website, as well as communications. But so we do have a special budget meeting on the 26th. Let's see. I think that's about it for today.
Okay, so everyone did catch that special budget meeting on the 26th, correct? Okay.
9 a.m.
Okay. Logan's gonna call each of you personally, so I think that's what I heard him say. All right, item 14, miscellaneous, Parks Master Plan update and survey information.
Yep, so for all of our parks enthusiasts and even passive enthusiasts, generally, if you see yourself ever using a park or a family member using a park, we want to hear from you. We have an open survey as part of our Parks Master Plan update. We have to do these every 5 years. It's not that we're adopting right now, we're trying to get public input. Commissioners, if you haven't already, will be receiving a draft of the current, and it is a draft. Our vendor said, please just give feedback on the substance. He knows he's gonna have to come in and fix some fine-tuned pieces. So it is on the park social media page, plus we will be pushing it out on the county's page. It's an online survey, so we'd like to get as much participation as possible. As of Tuesday, I think there were like 76, 78 responses. We'd love to double that. Heck, triple it. Yep.
Ben, do you want to put it out to any of our townships that have newsletters and things like that?
We could definitely send that to the townships and ask if they're able to make it available, forward it out.
With
Yeah.
the link?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple for the public.
Okay. Yep. Logan's making a note. Any questions?
Any questions on this? Okay. All righty. Moving on to item 15, county bills procurement, approval of the bills. There you go. Moved and supported. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All right, now on to 2026, 2027 budget discussion.
Okay. So Melissa, you want to go ahead and lead us off?
Certainly, I can do that. So before you, we have the multi-year budget projections. The projections before you show all budget amendments that you have done thus far this year that have been approved fully by the board. So you'll see that is what the projected increase in fund balance will be, the $1.3 million. And I have also included updates for our actual budget projection. The updates to revenues includes increased state revenue, as well as increases to MDHHS rent, and then also our transfers in, because I was able to get our cost allocation plan substantially complete, so we can see how much revenue that will bring in. Expense updates included are changes to personnel, as well as transfers that are supporting other funds. So those are included. And then I did itemize out the transfer from the jail millage to the county general fund. for that fund dying down. With the last levy happening this next year, want to make sure that we are including that in our projections and listing that out so you guys can see that specifically.
So I'll add just kind of big picture and kind of coupling off of that. So I think we have multiple priorities that we're working through as a board for you to consider it going into this budget. We're not renewing the medical care or the jail, and that's what we're communicating to communities. Effectively, it's a tax cut. And you see that in the budget because there's the 1.7 million from personnel that are currently paid through the jail millage because it was an operational as well as a facilities piece. So structurally, when you're looking at this, I encourage you, keep in mind that your 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29 are years that we are going to find a new equilibrium without relying on jail millage funds, if that makes sense. So your priority one is tax relief for residents. That's what those 3 budget years are for. That then we can see the accumulative effect of what we've done with MERS and dropping our personnel costs. And then the 4 and 5 are where we start saving for or mapping a path forward of looking to see if we can restore services depending on what the priority of the board is at the time. So in a snapshot, projections are projections, and that we went through each of these and were able to evaluate them and try to adjust for kind of the recent jump in inflation and the reality of we've had discussions about a salary study, and this ties into the fund balance policy. But I just want that whole perspective for people that watch and for commissioners as you're looking at it. That's kind of what we're framing around. In addition to that, we've talked about one-time contributions to MERS through the unassigned fund balance. That 1 million for MERS that you see, the additional payment and the 300,000, that is above the clearing out of whatever is a fund balance we have over your balance target that you pick each year. So meaning if we do that 15% fund balance on June 26th, and includes like $1 million or $1.5 million payment to MERS, we're still making that 1.3. So total for that year, we're talking about a 2.8 contribution to the effort, or sorry, 2.5. I think I wrapped retirees' health into that calc. So you're budgeting and saying we are budgeting for additional payments to our unfunded liabilities. And then each time the audit comes back and you have an unassigned fund balance, if there's money over the 15% mark, we then fund our strategic priorities that help get us to where we want to be, which is net neutral from a tax decrease within 3 years, and then looking at a map for restoring services that were cut for years 2 and 5.
Any questions? Mr. Shaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to have a little bit of discussion today. I know that it's my understanding we have another meeting on this on the 26th.
Absolutely.
But I wanted to just put some things before the other commissioners. On page 10, I know most of what we have that I can dig through right now is position allocation, so I just have some thoughts. On page 10, under construction code, I think it'll be important to look through the lens of what's coming this year. It's my understanding that the city of Charlotte is taking on their own construction code. Just looking at restructuring as we have, I think that department may be taking on a different look. I think their services that they provide to all of the townships and municipalities that they serve are very important, but the needs might be changing there. So I think that's something that we should look at. On page 9 of the position allocation, it's my understanding from listening to you, Controller Dawson, in a meeting earlier this week, I think, in my district, that there were 5 to 6 positions, maybe I misheard that, in the jail that are being funded by that jail millage. I don't know if there's any reconciliation that needs to happen there. I know that there's minimums that we have to staff the jail at because of the way that it's structured there. I would just like, some feedback according to that, because I know that our occupancy numbers are down on the jail. I know we still have the minimums, but I would be interested in getting more information on that. We already sort of addressed on page 9 in emergency services, the emergency services specialist. It was of specific interest to me because in the budget that I printed out, and so it might have refreshed in the last week or two. Full disclosure, I wasn't printing out 38 more pages, and I like the paper. I'm happy to pay for it. That emergency service specialist code is coming out of the general fund. I understand that it's moving, but I just had, a question about that. And then on page 8, just kind of working backwards here, in the county patrol, I'm not sure all of that stuff is maybe in the budget that would be to my satisfaction in the budget line, because we've told the public that there is no county patrol, but we have 22 FTEs in the county patrol. I'm not an expert, but it's my understanding that the sheriff and the undersheriff are the two positions that are statutory in that. I'm not saying there's not value or work being done, in the rest of these, but I think it's a little bit disingenuous to have them in the budget under the county patrol. Any that would stay in the county patrol, I would have a little bit of frustration that, in the budget, I would have a little bit of frustration because I just know we're telling people across the board there is no county patrol outside of the Delta contract and the Windsor contract, which are described on page 8 underneath that. So I don't think there's anything commingled there. So I think that should get some eyes and a second look. I don't know everything. I know several of those positions. When you look at some of the things that they're doing, it's obviously not county patrol work, but I think that deserves a second look from us as well. Those are my comments for discussion.
Great. I made notes, and I think this is fantastic. If you have things you'd like to see, and even if we can't get it all by the 26th, we've got 2 Ways and Means meetings, I think, in August as well, correct? Yep.
No, we have another one in July, and
my
then,
gosh,
so
thank
we
you.
have 2.
Just jumped past July. Yeah, we have 2 in July. Thank
We have
you.
2 in July and just 1 in August.
So this is good. And then I will say county patrol is the holdover of what it used to be. We now refer to it colloquially as Command Central. This may be something I can talk with Melissa about. Those typically, when you put them into your accounting system, are like hard coded.
Understand.
But I totally understand what you're saying too.
My
Yep.
like truth in
Yep.
in what people are reading and transparency. I know that there's some costs there for the command, for the administration. I guess that's the word I would use.
You're right.
Because as I study other county budgets, that's used frequently. But they're just, and so there's not an attack here. We just need an explanation for the roughly $3.8 million from my quick calculations that we're appropriating to those 22 FTEs and what those people are doing and maybe how they should be expressed in the budget. Thank you.
I think that's great. Yep.
So I'm happy to make the change on that. It is genuinely just a holdover, some nomenclature. I don't have any problem changing that. And I think that aligns more with what the sheriff is doing as well. So provided he's amenable to that, I will make that change. But it sounds like you're wanting to hear what the actual positions are doing beyond just the change in the nomenclature. Is that?
Oh, I think so. I'm not 100% sure what everybody does there. I know a lot of people that work for the sheriff's department. I value them all. I'm just not sure how that full disclosure, the things that I'm looking at in the budget are how the value that we're providing to the taxpayers and any place that we can find cost savings in the budget. I'm a little bit concerned when I look at this top sheet here with the projections, and we're sitting, okay, most things considered in the estimated budget for this year, but by the time we get into the estimated 27, 28, and beyond budgets, if I'm reading it correctly, we're expressing a projected deficit in that. And I just know that we are still, I know all the work that was done before I was on the board, not negative about any of that. I don't think that this budget is going to be as easy as some people want it to be, because I think that we need to continue to look at the fiscal condition of the county and where we can be as austere as possible in areas that will limit the cost to the public in the sense of services being cut, and still make some cuts in a way that is going to put the county in the position that every single one of our taxpayers in Eaton County expects us to have.
So I will also, you spoke specifically about some of the deficit. So I do want to point out that our projection right now includes retirement as it is with increases. What this doesn't contemplate is all the work that you do every time we make additional payments to MERS. So in theory, in year 5, we won't be paying an additional $5 million to MERS. We will be paying, because we're doing the hard work now of paying down that unfunded liability, hopefully the dividends from that will start to bear fruit in years 4 and 5. That is one caveat to this projection, because that's all it can be, is a projection.
Understand.
We know our MERS costs continue to go up. So we have to project that that will continue to go up.
And I share your hope.
Well, I'm just going to add to that. Apart from that, I've just followed up today, like, hey, where's our valuation? And then, so they said we will have it by end of June. I'm like, if you can put me on the fast track list, because I know it's important for everybody, but it's really important for us because not every community had to cut $8 million out of their budget last year. If I can get those updated figures from them, I'd like to rerun personnel for next year, because remember, those valuations run a year in arrear, right? So the numbers we're gonna get here will tell us what our MERS is gonna be for 27, 28. Then I can lock in that MERS year based on what everything we just did for us. And then that will, I think, give a better perspective. And then the deficit piece is, that's the jail millage, those FTEs fully coming back to the general fund. So I do agree with what Melissa was saying, and also I understand, and not that it is encouraging, I'm going to include like the last 5 years of these, because I want you to see that our projections have been terrible previously, terrible, like 22 million, 44 million in the hole by that 4th year. So I say that to, you have unfilled positions, you have projects that don't happen, but you guys are adopting a model where every year, if there is fund balance carryover and you're saying 15% I'm setting aside, over that, we're paying down unfundeds, right? So that will bear fruit, but hopefully we can at least give you 1 year of data to mock it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Commissioner Barber.
Yeah, since I'm on a roll today, I might as well just finish off. Hey, I would like everybody to remember and maybe look. Last month, Commissioner Shaver asked the administration for clarification on what supplies and others were. I don't think we've got it, but everybody should realize that that's 23% of the budget. That's the 3rd largest funded item in our budget, is supplies and others. Excuse me, not plural. So I just have some concerns about that, but I guess we'll wait till 26th.
We did provide, Melissa put together a document trying to see if it answered the questions that Andy had. If that is, then that will be part of the packet on the 2026. I mean, essentially, this sheet here doesn't sync up perfectly with what we have in New World with like auto-generated reports, but this has historic data going back to what, 2001? So this is the way that the county has been demonstrating. So its value is in one case, you can have a real long look-back period because it's somewhat similar methodology. So Melissa tried to build a sheet that was, here's the New World report, here's how it translates to this. If you have feedback, let us know, and that's, our plan is to have that, so I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. And with that, are there other pieces of information? For sure, we had the org chart that broke down Command Central versus Delta and how that was structured. So I'm noting that that's going to be a part of the January 26th so that we can talk through June 26th. Oh my God.
Don't push it out any farther than it's gonna go.
Yeah. Any other information you guys would like us to work on compiling?
Commissioner Haskell.
I mean, you've already kind of said it, but like my biggest question looking over this is exactly how the work that we've already done for MERS impacts. So, and I know you can only do so much for that. Today, I guess looking over this, I do have one question on the top, well, near the top, I guess. Proceeds from borrowing, and then it says lease, and then it's cut off. You know, I see a lot of year over year, you know, 400,000, 1.8 million, 600,000, 154,000. And that seems like it just kind of hit a cliff where we're only predicting, you know, 55,000 in revenue from that line. What is that line? What is that proceeds from borrowing?
That is the offset for leases as well as the offset for our software that we have to capitalize.
Okay.
So that does end up experiencing a lot of fluctuation dependent on any new items that come in. So particularly the big year from 2022-23, that was the year we capitalized the Axon body cameras.
Okay.
And then we also have a big year this year, current budget year, because of the Axon renewal. So that is what that ends up being, is it ends up experiencing a lot of fluctuation that we just can't predict.
Sure.
And we are stepping away from leased vehicles as well. That is why that went down so substantially.
Understood, okay.
And there's an expense with, that's the offsetting revenue, so they cancel out. The expense line item for that, I believe, is, which one? Capital lease, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? We have some homework to do.
I will be happy to upload or provide to you also the detailed general ledger showing every line item. That way you have that in advance of the June 26th meeting as well. So I will be sending that to you all via email if that's appropriate.
I think so.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Do I see a hand go up over there? Apparently not. All right. If we have nothing more to address with the budget, we are now at our final limited public comment. It's a little sparse out there. Anybody? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to
Can I just
adjourn.
say, I do want to just, well, Supervisor Jones is here. I'm thankful that you and other members of the Oneida Township Board were unimpacted physically, but it's terrifying that that storage facility right next to the Township Hall got taken down by, I don't know if it was straight line weather or it was a tornado that hadn't fully made contact with the ground, but very happy to see you here today. Thanks for coming in and
Certainly.
Just want to say I appreciate the county coming out to Oneida Township and explaining the millages and explaining the millages that are falling off. I had I think it had a very good effect. I didn't hear any opposition to the first two millages on the ballot. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. All right, and with that, we are adjourned.